What if I told you a mouse was designed by a YouTuber? Probably just a cash grab, right? But what if I told you that YouTuber built their channel on reviewing mice? Has over 250 gaming mice in his house, 150 mouse reviews on the channel, and over 22 years experience in first-person shooters. Yeah, this isn't a cash grab. This is about taking mice to that next step. I started the Rocket Jump Ninja YouTube channel because I realized I aimed better with certain mice. And others did too. Mice have come a long way in that time. Performance is amazing, but there's still one thing that's being neglected. And when it comes to aim, I'm testing my theories on design, and my aim has never been better. So here it is. My experience, my creation. The Xtrfy MZ1, Zeiss Rail.
Stop wasting time on sharing reviews on social media without being recognized by the brand you support. Atme mobile app is a social media e-commerce platform that values consumers' reviews and recommendations with loyalty rewards for products and services you care about. Our 8-app integrated news feed allows consumers to see recommendations based on their interests and be inspired by good buys shared by other users in the community. On the review page, consumers can explore and participate in campaigns by creating creative content reviews of their favorite brands, tag the products that they recommend, and enjoy the satisfaction that comes from becoming co-creators of brand values. We value each reviews and recommendations with loyalty points that can be applied towards their next purchase or be converted into cash rewards. Consumers, you hold the key to a brand's growth and reputation. Your trust and...
What is up, Pokemon Trainer? This is Trainer Unite, brought to you by Game.gg and supported by Acme, Professional Lighting, Bell's Academic Group, Built Tech, Excel Games, M1, Monster Cat, Mountain Dew, Osim, Safra, Scorpio, Electric, Shure, Umi Sushi, you and me. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Moonboy Gaming. We will be your casters for today.
Yeah, so we got 31 teams sign up for today. And players are going to go head to head. It's going to be a best of 3 double bracket all the way to the semi-finals round. So it's going to be really competitive coming in, and players will be fighting for a prize pool worth of $3,700 worth of voucher. First place will be walking home with $2,000 voucher and a 1-year subscription to Monster Cat subscription.
Yes, of course, coming in second place, you get to walk away with $1,000 worth in vouchers. Third place, $500 worth in vouchers. And of course, fourth place, $200 worth in vouchers. Double elimination, best of 3 for thus far until the semifinals, where we'll be swapping the gears a little late. Due to some bugs, Zero Aura and Serena will be banned away from this tournament. And this is just day number 1, right, Mason?
Yeah, so we got 2-day worth of competition lined up for everyone, and we expect to see a lot of competitiveness coming in. We got really good, strong teams coming in. We have like MSG Team 7, notable teams like The Who, Lavender. There is also Spooky Main as well. All these teams are really prominent in the scene, and I believe they're gonna up their gear, and they're just continue trying to do their best for this tournament.
Exactly. So these are teams that are really well known in the community as well, so really happy that Game.gg is actually providing this sort of platform to basically give them an opportunity to shine. Of course, for us casters as well as the production behind the guest desk, would love to say thank you very much for joining us for today. This is just day number 1. We have another day for tomorrow where we'll be streaming throughout the lower brackets part of it, and then I believe it's of Jan.
Right, the finals will be held on the 2nd of Jan, where teams will be coming down live to the event space right here at EXP Center. So they will be facing it off face to face, and we'll get to see all the action live right over here on the 2nd Jan. So it's really exciting to see, as we haven't really had this kind of live event going on for a while.
It's like all these small little victories, because to be honest with you guys, the last time I casted with Mason was in a separate box, and now I can be
our home. So
finally
bringing the action live to you guys just like that is so much more exciting than doing it by ourselves in front of a monitor. It's just so much different compared to this one.
I remember the last time when we casted, right? I'm having internet problems, you're having audio cut off. We basically just eliminated everything about that. But coming up next, we'll be watching Spooky Main. Is that how I pronounce
Spooky
it?
Main.
Spooky Main.
Yeah.
Spooky Main.
Spooky Main.
Spooky Main. Alright, Spooky Main going up against Exhibit A. I think it's reference to
Exhibit A.
Phoenix. No, what's that?
We win.
What's
Phoenix
that Judge game? Phoenix Ace or something.
Right?
I can't remember.
I'm
really bad with those kind of games. I think the observer is actually a little bit judging about us this time round. But of course, we will have a lot more, as what Moonboy has already mentioned. We've got notable names, right? Personally, I remembered Pokehana. We casted a game with them as well. Not quite bad, not quite good, but I feel like it's just really glad to see community names coming all the way back. I remember we casted for this team that we can never remember the full name. I don't believe I bring the notes for that, but like,
Dude, I mean, they are really strong players coming in, but I think let's bring our attention to Spooky Main right over here. Right, they are a winner of a community event a few months back, and you know, coming in really strong players. They used to be high level players from different games. So you know, coming together, coming in into Pokemon Unite, they really did exhibit the level of competence coming in from these teams, and they're just gonna bring it forward. And you know, coming in team composition wise, they're just so much better than you know, they have a really strong team composition coming in.
Yep, and of course, you know, Exhibit coming in with Exhibit B.
Exhibit B.
I've got no idea. But the point is, we're still currently waiting for our players to hop into lobby, so whenever the lobby is, we'll go right on in. But you know what? I appreciate the overlays. Dude, it felt like we're in a box.
It's really nice. It's like PC, right? Like
yeah, the
indie
Poke PC, right?
Yeah, pick your Pokemon to your party.
Yeah, and it's like, bro, I think it's possible to carry the whole Pokemon in your bag. You're not limited to 6 Pokemon in a party. It's like, is there a law for it?
I think recently in Brilliant Diamond, where we can like just swap Pokemon on the fly outside.
On the fly?
Yeah, you can't exactly like,
Really?
you don't really have to go back to the Poke Center just to switch it up and things like that.
Oh,
so
wow.
like, this is a new integration.
Oh yes.
And you guys are bringing us along, and we'll bring you for a ride.
Definitely, and I believe this UI is like Gen 3, right?
I think so.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
my Pokemon journey kind of ended at Gen 3. Back
This
then I
is
was
your
like,
last memory, bro. This is it.
Yeah, this was my last memory because I have no access to the DS. I've got no access to the Switch, right? So I had the Game Boy back then, but I remember when I was a kid, I can only play up to that was Pokemon Blue, by the
Yeah.
way. So I can only play all the way up to Mount Moon, and
Okay.
because
You don't have Flash.
the save file somehow doesn't work.
It always happens. That always happens. Not enough
I
memory and stuff.
PTSD from that.
But anyways, you know, speaking of Pokemon, you know, what kind of Pokemon do you expect coming in, right? We got a week or so into the new patch.
Yep.
So I think it's more or less stable coming in as well. Last the Pokemon that got banned, I believe, you know, the lineup coming in would be a little bit special, or you know, not so much changes. I'll say, what do you think?
I would say that the patch is refreshing. I think it buffs and nerfs some of the different Pokemons, but I think we'll be going to play as if it's a previous patch, you know, where you at the bottom side,
Yep.
you also have maybe a junglers like Absols, you probably also have Greninjas running around.
Right.
Personally, I have a lot of fun with Greninja, man. It's so fun. You go into double team, but Greninja takes a long time to scale. That's why I
That's
find it a
right.
little bit annoying. But if you calm down, you play disciplinedly, I think you should be able to scale.
Right, definitely, right. Not to get, you know, favor picks like Eldegoss,
Oh.
and finally the 5th slot is kind of like a flex spot where you could go like, you know, Snorlax, Mr. Mime,
Oh,
and Blissey, right? So these are like different picks that we might be expecting coming in for today.
That's right.
And not forgetting God of War might be a good pick coming in because it's such a strong opponent against a Venusaur.
yeah, and I remember like when I started playing Pokemon Unite, right? And people tell me, God of War, nah. So quickly you blink and that's it. That's
That
one
is right.
person with like.
Yeah, I
dead.
mean, that is my girl over there, man. God of War, my favorite Pokemon of all time.
Yeah, I know it.
Right? Yep, and she's coming here to slay, ladies and gentlemen. Right?
The queen is here.
The queen
to
is
slay.
here to stop that dancing toad. That Venusaur on that pedal dance is unstoppable. It's an unstoppable machine. We have seen it again and again. And it's
It
still
gets
not,
boring.
Yeah, it's still not touched. It's one of the best Pokemon in the meta. So it's just a matter of time. Like, you know, players have to find ways to stop it.
Yes.
And my girl is coming in to stop that toad.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You want to go up against an Absol jungle as a Ralts?
Well, that's the difference, right? So, you know,
Yeah.
that is a kind of like, you know, the giveaway they give. Then you really lose to kind of like good gap closers and things like that. So it's
right.
kind of down to the God of War player. How good are you from keeping distance? How disciplined are you to disengage immediately knowing that you are in danger? So it's all down to, you know, how these teams kind of gel together.
That's right.
And take advantage of this God of War because it really hits you like a truck. And at the same time, you got hit by the truck. all the time.
So basically, snap your dad. She stares
Yeah.
at you wrongly, and you're just gone from the world.
Exactly.
Yeah, but of course, personally, I feel like Pokemon Unite is a very early game base game as compared to other mobile games out there. But I'm not going to compare against all mobile games because I had the fright for my life when I first picked up Pokemon Unite. I asked the question, wait, where's the mid lane?
The mid lane is the jungle, my friend.
yeah. So I made a mistake. I admitted on stream. I was like, "Oh my goodness, this is so different." So, Pokemon Unite, you really have to prioritize these early game, and then you have to try to scale. So, you will always prefer early spikes in terms of these Pokemon, right? I identified Absols, Lucarios, the ones that with single evolutions, the one that you mentioned, right?
Yep.
Snorlax. Even Mr. Mime, to a certain point of view, you put a wall up. I remember this one scene, right? Remember that? I think you were laughing already. So, they basically lay down a wall, just preventing from members to actually enter the Zapdos pit.
Yep.
And no one
could walk in.
no one could walk in, and no one thought outside the box to just you block this road, I'll go the top side, but no one did.
Yeah, but that's the power of Mr. Mind.
Yes.
Right? Especially when you're at a final stretch where everything is just tunnel vision. I have to get a Zapdos or else I'm gonna lose. And the quickest way is through the mid lane choke point, where players sometimes just forgot that there's a side lane. Or they could use their eject button to flash it in, Lucario power punch it in, or and things like that. So those are possible moves coming in. But sometimes when desperation is in place, you tunnel vision, and that's the only way, and that's the fastest way I'm gonna get back to that way, and that's what Mr. Mime tried.
Yeah, and Mr. Mime does a lot of damage. It's like surprising if a supporter can do a lot of damage. Remember the good old time when Blastoise is like, this is a tank, but no, man. When Pokemon Unite was just was like teased, I was like, oh, gonna have to play that. When I was like every single stats, what type they are, what moves they can play. But that's Gen 3, right? But I think right now we are Gen 8? Gen 9?
8.
8, right?
8.
Sword and Shield, I think, is the
8.
latest in terms of the generation. I'm like a very old boomer already by this point. But the point is, really excited, we have Pokemon Unite in this kind of like mobile arena where they will battle it out, and there's a lot of teamwork based this time around, because back then Pokemon, it's more like a solo based game, so there's not a lot of, I would say, opportunity to make a community. But this time around, you gotta stack 5. Pokemon Unite, you gotta stack 5.
Yeah, definitely, right? Like, especially when Pokemon Unite coming in, Pokemon IP coming in the mobile market, that really stirred the whole community.
Oh yes.
Like, mobile is so popular right now,
It is.
and it's on mobile, and Switch is so easily accessible. So, players are gonna be interested to go in and just have some fun, and just jump right into it.
Yeah, because we're gonna jump right on in to game number 1. This is the first series of the day. Spokimane going up against Exhibit A. If I'm not mistaken, Spokimane in the purple and Exhibit A in the orange.
Right, so Exhibit A coming in with a really good composition, right? Really different from what we usually see. No Venusaur, in fact, he's going in for the Charizard instead, and a Crustle. So this kind of like, a counter Lucario kind of style, kind of composition in a sense, having Wigglytuff and Cinderace, and Spokimane coming in knowing that, they're going for a different kind of approach with a Gardevoir solo top on Kamiru's hand.
Wow, Gardevoir solo top going up against a 2 Pokemon, a bit of a, not say guardian, I would say, a bit of a support in terms of the Crystal as well. I think this role should be able to farm underneath the hook, but you can see the Absol going all the way up to the top side already, trying to gang, but at the same time, bottom side, Pokemon putting a lot of pressure, and the top side though, up the screen, Froakie went down from the side of Exhibit A, picking up a double kill at the same time, Chaos Streak going in, and Pokemon, they're not letting up the pressure, taking down another person at the bottom side.
Yep, so that being said, like, being a route on the early game in the top side all by yourself, you're really vulnerable and you're 1v2. So that's where the Absol is most important at that point in time, where the Absol will be moving up to help you out. If not, you have a little bit of difficulty, and that is where the Absol came into play. They take 2 picks, and easily it's going to be Curlia at level 5, and Psyshock is online right now, and Kamiru is going to be unstoppable.
Yeah, this Greninja, this under farm Greninja is gonna have a lot of trouble, right? This Kirilla already hit its power spike, as you mentioned, Moonboy, and now Spokymane is gonna put on a lot more pressure at the bottom side. They've already secured a lot of map dominance at the bottom side as well, even starting to actually take away farm away from Exhibit A. Exhibit A, just take a look. None of them has only had hit level 5 except for the Score Bunny, which is going into reboot already. But it is going to be Mr. Mime finding Hidden Flare right now. Spokymane putting some pressure. Razor Leaf will be activated at the same time, and some goes gunking for good measure. But here comes Ruby, the Rabbit coming in, trying to spread some damage on. But look at the damage and look at the heal coming out from the side of Spokymane, just making sure that Exhibit A is not going to be able to get the way and around the world, and they will be able to push Exhibit A all the way back, dunking some score for good measure. Good game, good early game going in for Spokymane.
Wow, the bottom side is just being dominated so hard by Spokymane right now. Like, look at the level difference, Jace. Look at the level difference. And, you know, Drink Jim Beam right now is just heading into level 9 soon, and he's turning into the Venusaur, and he's gonna be unstoppable once he level up.
Yeah, and now Exhibit A, they're trying to contest for this little bear right there. Not too sure who actually took it, but you know, when you're at this stage, your Charmander is still a Charmander, you have a problem, because this Ivysaur will evolve into a Venusaur very, very soon. The Dreadnought and the Rotom has already spawned, and Spokymane creating so much havoc at the bottom side right now. Exhibit A is gonna take a miracle to basically come back in the mid game.
Look at that level difference. Jigglypuff is only at level 3 at this point in time, and that's not where they want to be. Dreadnought going down to the side of Spokymane as well. I think Spokymane is just going to be steamrolling this one, because right here, Exhibit A really need to find their footing. The bottom side is not working. They really have to think of something. Maybe rotate back up to the top side, get a little bit of farm or something, because this is not where they want to be. They are really losing out right now. Look at the power difference. It's just insane.
It's just staggering, Moonboy, as the I don't know, poor little bunny right there will get taken down right inside the jungle. No place is safe anymore for the side of Exhibit A. You can see the Charmander, you know, trying to sneak some hoops or some points all around, but you will get scouted out. Just take a look. That is times twice the amount of levels as compared to this Venusaur.
Wow, like, I mean, Venusaur, right, knowing that, you know, the Petal Dance gives it extra boosted speed, it goes AoE attack and things like that, and additionally with Giga Drain it heals, and not forgetting Bikui on the Elder Gods as well. It's just healing him by so much every moment. So, you know, at this point they're just holding the bottom lane, trying to overdunk it as much as possible later on, and at the same time keeping that Charizard at bay, keeping it at only a Charmander. He can't exactly do anything against that Venusaur.
There is nothing to be able to be done by the side of Exhibit A. They need Exhibit B. No, they need a Plan Z at this point of time. Spokymane finally dunking the bottom side all the way down. It is a clean lane on the top side, and now Exhibit A will breathe some jungle air for the time being. Cinder A sneaking around in, but it's a Frogadier. It's not a Greninja. This is this awkward time when you have so much acne in your face. This is the weird time for you to be in puberty, because it doesn't really have any water shurikens at all, nowhere to zone, nowhere to kite, and will go all the way back to base by force.
Wow, Spokymane is just steamrolling right now, and Exhibit A really have to think of something. I think it's just a matter of time. The bottom lane is just gonna be destroyed, but before that, this Dreadnought is going live. It's going live right now. So
yeah,
you know, it's all down to Spokymane.
Alright, Mr. Mime going wrecking havoc all the way to the back line. Exhibit A, just the front line left. They don't have enough damage. This Gardevoir just blasting everyone down bit by bit, as Spokymane will be able to clear off this goal absolutely easily without any challenge at all. Exhibit A getting massacred right underneath the slow zone already. Even Cinder Ace activate the Unite move at the same time. Nothing will stop Spokymane from this onslaught.
Dude, they are looking like a beast like now, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone who walks into their circle is immediately getting destroyed. Look at the Gardevoir. It's still like, you know, such full health. He's easily walking around, unstoppable at this point in time. Exhibit A, they really have to think harder. How are they gonna, you know, beat this one? I think, you know, this is definitely one-sided to Spokymane at the 3 minute mark. And you know, it's Exhibit A have to go back to the drawing board. How can we beat this team composition?
It's really hard going back to drawing board this time around. Charizard takes the air, trying to spray some damage on top. BQ will finally fall because the member of Smokey Mane is focusing on objectives elsewhere. At least they get some kills, like 3 kills around the top side, but that's still A-okay because take a look at the levels. They're starting to get some breathing room. Exhibit A desperately trying to dunk with 40 on the top side, but the Gardevoir is right there to try to stop it. But Exhibit A, they're a little bit unfazed. They try to get bursted all the way down, but here we go. The Incapacitation will be able to go all the way in. Exhibit A will be trying to jump on top of Smokey Mane, but Smokey Mane stealing and also regenerating all the way out. Rohan forced to run away. One little pixel of hell. Mr. Mime on the chase as well. Reinaoki also forced to use the double team, but Smokey Mane, the defense is true. Exhibit A will not be able to take anything.
Applying their pressure right now, but I believe Exhibit A really have to focus on farming. Fighting is not what they want to be, so they have to farm. Get your level up, try to match your opponent, get ready for that one Zapdos fight, and just get that flip and take advantage of that. Like, that is the only way that they could win right now. Or and Spooky Mane is definitely not going to be allowing that. Like, look at them pressuring them down on the top lane, and that's not going to be enough.
That's not going to be enough indeed. Venusaur going to Petal Dance. This is the extended range, but it's going to be the Gardevoir bursting down the Crystal at the same time. Cinder Ace actually go down. Exhibit A losing too many members in that particular fight. Smokey Mane just tossing psychic bombs all the way, exploding Exhibit A down to the ground. And only 5 seconds left to the final stretch. Exhibit A struggles to gain any more points against Smokey Mane.
As we reach into the final stretch right over here, Rotom is moving straight right into Exhibit's A goal, and that is kind of like a mini Zapdos at the point in time, right? Moving straight into the goalpost, and the goalpost is going to be free for all at that point in time. So Spooky Mane is going to have a little bit of access to the mini Zapdos. So the Zapdos at this point is not really that interesting to Spooky Mane.
Yeah.
So they're still going to be going down, just bust in, because the Rotom, they're just going to take advantage of that right here.
They're absolutely going to take advantage right here. Using the final stage, there's only 1 minute left on the clock. Well, a little bit more than 1 minute left. You can see the Charizard scoring a little bit of things at the way up top, but Exhibit A slowly, responding a little bit. They're trying to take even more. Even right now, Pokemon just gonna start the Articuno, well, i.e. the Zapdos this time around, because we are in Christmas mood right now, right? But Exhibit A, they're fighting in a choke point. Ladies and gentlemen, the PTSD strikes all the way again. Charizard, no more for the world. Greninja running away with its life, as Smokey Mane will walk into the goal score and perhaps even crack 1,000 points once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is way too much, and the overlays are not ready for this.
I mean, that Gardevoir ultimate over there is just dealing so much damage. The amount of damage coming in from a Gardevoir literally melted that whole team, resulting in that team wipe of Exhibit A. Bro, there's nothing to say. There's nothing much to say about that one, because that Gardevoir is just doing so much job in this matchup.
Yeah, Gardevoir going God's work right now. Smokey Mane will continue its onslaught, continuously dunking. Exhibit A, no way to run. Charizard will fall as well as the timer takes all the way down. Smokey Mane undoubtedly will be able to pick up game number 1 because of this lead is just way too far ahead to catch up.
Wow. Breaking 1,000 points, Jace. Can you believe it or not?
Man, my HP bar is like a little bit shaky right now. When you're like ding dong ding dong ding dong when you're a little kid, when you're going red, and just when you throw the Pokeball. Yeah, that's basically what happened. What I felt.
Yo, this is how we start. This is how we should start the game.
My goodness.
This is how we should start the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Just showing how great a team can be, and knowing that when you fall off really early in the early game, that really punishes you really hard, right? Straight into the 7-minute mark, Exhibit A have yet to level up their Wigglytuff a bit on fights and things like that.
Yeah.
So they have to focus a lot on farming, get their levels up, get their evolution up, get the power spike, and face them fair and square.
Yeah, basically Exhibit A tried to fight them before they hit their power spikes. And don't forget, that rotation all the way up to top side by Absol helped Kirilla to unlock that power spike, right? Bursting the 2 of these down, like I said, you need to be a Greninja to be able to do something on the map. Yep, Exhibit A definitely, if they want to look back to the drawing board, they need to try to focus on farming, get these levels all the way back so that you can fight on an equal footing. just try to hold. You don't need to pick up fights. But yet again, a lot of YOLO fights just emerges everywhere on the map, and not even the Cinder Ace was able to keep up, because you got a Cinder Ace, you got a Great Ninja as well. It's gonna take a bit longer. But however, on the other side though, Absol is already online at what, level 5?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, scaling is just really slow for Exhibit A. Maybe they could, change their team composition up a little bit, knowing that, Kamiru is a really strong Lucario player, but knowing that he's not on that Lucario, they have to take advantage of that. Right, so they have to, knowing that it's a routes composition, maybe they could go for a Lucario of their own, or a gap closer, like Absol or something. Just zero down onto the Curlia, not allow it to evolve it or into a Gardevoir or Curlia, and just jam it there at routes. Like that's where it got stuck.
You stop that queen from becoming a queen. Basically, that's what happened. Yeah, I'm just actually helping you promoting Gardevoir right there. But the point being is this, going to game number 2, Spokimane at match point as well, series point right here, right? Exhibit A. From the pattern that I've been seeing all across these Pokemon Unite tournaments, they always don't really change up their composition, right? So I think Exhibit A should be expecting the exact same composition coming out from Spokimane. So Exhibit A, I guess they should have the initiative to change it up slightly. Yep, I agree. That Cinder Ace probably has to go, because you swap it out to, I would say, the Absol. Even the Talonflame actually hits the power spikes even faster, right? And it does have so much speed if they really want to put the Grand Ninja all the way up to the top side again.
That's right, and not forgetting, right, bottom lane as well. Maybe let's switch it up a little bit, because that composition could not deal with a Venusaur, right? And knowing that you have a Wigglytuff, you might go for a sleep composition, but they are not allowing you to evolve. So maybe they could change their strategy a little bit, get themselves a Venusaur, perhaps. The best way to stop it is to join it. Have a Venusaur of your own and just go on a hit-on tank fight, because that is what it is. That's what it's all about. It's either you join it or you lose out to it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, PSA out there: if you want to beat the meta, be the meta. My God, like, I'm really waiting for the day where we get to see like pick and bans for Pokemon Unite. That's where the strategy was totally switch up a little bit. We got to see more composition, but of course, looking forward to all the new Pokemons that will be adding in. I heard from the discussion earlier just now that Dragonite will be coming soon.
Yes, Dragonite will be available. Like, you get to have Hyper Beam in your kit.
Hyper Beam.
Hyper Beam, bro. Beam.
Hyper Beam. Yep. We've got Solar Beam now. We got Hyper Beam.
Hyper Beam.
Is there a super? No, there's no Super Beam. I don't know.
It's wrong game, bro. It's different
Wait,
game.
okay. The beam.
It's not the beam. You only can do it when there's solar energy.
Oh yeah, you gotta wait for one.
But Hyper Beam is like hyper, bro.
Yep. True.
Hyper.
Hyper carry, right? But okay, enough of our rants right here, ladies and gentlemen. The point being is this: Pokimane in 1 score lead. I don't think they will react. I think they will go in straight with the same exact draft, like what we mentioned earlier. Exhibit A, they need to switch it up. Switch up into something that is a little bit more meta, a little bit more, I would say, have that early game power spike. Because remember, I mentioned this before we start the whole game as well. It's a game that focuses heavily on the early game, and perhaps, well, fine, the final stretch.
Yeah, the final stretch really matters, right? And Spokimane right now is just really comfortable. There's no reason for them to change their composition.
That's right.
But I think a weak point coming into their composition might be a Snorlax. Right? A Snorlax having a good heavy slam could just spoil their game plan, dive right forward, aim for the Elder Goss, and just take it out. But the issue is, they're having a Mime, and the Mime went with Guard Swap the previous game as well. So Guard Swap having, the Mime would be able to swap his defense with yours, and he could just swap it with the Snorlax, and just take advantage of that and just melt the Snorlax down. So you really have to work around how you could play out your bottom lane, because as of right now, they're just losing too much on the bottom lane. The top side looks kind of okay with the bottom side. How should we deal with that big Venusaur? Having so much heals coming in from the Elder Goss, and not getting their Mime supporting it as well.
Yeah, and it's like Exhibit A tried to do a 2-1-2, right? And then you can see Spokimane going a 1-1-3. Now, if you are going to do this, right, you are expecting to gain a little bit of advantage at the top side with 2-1-2. You're supposed to be able to bully these routes, especially when it's early game, right? But the Absol came over, you know, it lends a lot of support over, allows routes to evolve quicker. So I think Ascend A should have ganked the bottom side, right? Maybe equalize that just a little bit more, or maybe have Crystal, you know, just give up this one lane, right? You want to just trade objectives instead. You don't want to lose on both sides. You at least win one side.
Yep, that is a possible scenario as well. And I believe the Score Bunny actually came out a little bit late out of the jungle.
Oh yes.
And that really matters, right? Like while all the shenanigans is happening, the Score Bunny is still in his own jungle. So it's really struggling, and they could need his help to be out of the jungle to just clear a little bit to allow the Charmander and the Wigglytuff to get a little bit of levels right over there as well.
Yeah, so I was also point another finger over to Charmander as well. I think the range is a little bit iffy sometimes because, you know, the Bulbasaur does have the Razor Leaf. That's basically a mini version of a Solar Beam as well. It does a lot of damage, a lot of long range, and basically if you just run straight in, you receive a lot of damage. So I would say the Charmander also a bit questionable, I would say. It's a very strong all-rounder only if it's a Charizard.
Yep.
But I think for good, like 4 minutes into the game, it's still running around as a poor little Charmander.
Yeah, I mean the thing about this Pokemon is that they belong in the jungle.
Oh.
They belong in the jungle where they get as much scaling as possible, so that they could be ahead of level at all times, and you know, get into that Charizard as fast as possible and abuse your Unite ability as much as possible. So that is basically what a Charmander and a Charizard is all about. But you know, you got your Froakie on the top side, you got a Charmander on the bottom side, you got a Cinderace or Score Bunny in the jungle. You know, that really spread out your levels or your scaling in a sense, whereby you are so weak in the early game that you can't exactly do anything. And Spooky Mane caught on that, and they didn't allow them to scale in any sense. So you know, that's where they fell off and they're unable to catch up, and so on and so forth. So the story spoke, and they just won them by 1,000 points.
Yeah, so it's not only just in the execution point of view coming out from Exhibit A, right? It's also from the point of view of their Pokemon choices, right? You draft for all your 3 lanes, you draft Pokemon that requires 3 evolutions, right? It's gonna take a long time, and unless you expect this game to last for 20 minutes, I think they may have a chance. But unfortunately, Pokemon Unite's only a 10 minutes game.
Yeah, and that is where they really fell off. You know, but you know, coming into later game, right? That you show them, which they showed a little bit of resistance.
Oh, they
like
did.
Knowing that, you know, their Pokemon is already at the final form, where they could just take advantage of you know, their ability and because of their spike. But it's just too late.
It is.
They're 2 levels behind their opponent, and they can't really do much. And knowing that Spooky Mane, they got the map advantage as well. Knowing that Exhibit A's, the goalposts are all gone as well. So that is where, you know, Spooky Mane had the advantage, and it's too late for Exhibit A to turn over.
Yeah, and also there's a interesting observation that I realized, right? Spooky Mane, remember that bottom hook has been left at 1 for so long. Is there a reason why they don't decide to just dunk it off?
They are actually looking for an overdunk, so they actually kept it at 1 and wait for the Venusaur to be at about 40 points, and then there is where they could overdunk it with an excess of 39 points. So that is also that's also one of a strategy to throw your opponent off. How much points do they have?
Of course, with that said, thank you very much, Mason. Thank you very much, production team. We are finally going to game number 2. This is Series Points, Spooky Mane in the purple this time round. Exhibit A, exactly. I think they're listening to us a little bit. Switching it up slightly, we're looking at the fledgling going into the jungle.
Wow, like look at Spooky Mane changing up the team composition right here, and the Lucario instead going straight right into the bottom lane and dunking like what normal Lucario would do. And oh my goodness, that's still over there with that monkey. Like that would really make a difference, and it would really make SBA fall off a little bit on the EXP department.
Oh, once again, this Charmander forced to eject as well. You can see this Lucario BQ just dunking like no tomorrow. They're basically ignoring every single thing, every single damage that this Charmander has been trying to do. I believe he's on the scaling item, health item, right? But he may receive a little bit too much damage. But Spooky Mane, reacting to Exhibit A, hard invading the own jungle, trying to stall this Absol. Will be able to catch him all the way out, as Rohan will be the only one, but will face a, well, I would say a belly touch by the Snorlax.
Yep, that is a really good evade coming in, but being caught so so early into it and not exiting the jungle as fast as possible.
Yeah.
That is where this kind of composition kind of like fell off. And you must know when is the right time to exit the jungle, because you're trying to take your opponent's farm, and that Absol is just so much damage in the early game, and you really have to be really careful of that one.
Alright, at least the Charmander has started to evolve into. But at the bottom side, interesting. I'm not too sure what Exhibit A has in mind. It feels like they're always hard invading, especially look at this start to take the mid lane creeps as well, and then after that start ganking almost immediately. But is Exhibit A ready for this?
Yep, I mean, this is Pokemon Unite, right? It's basically a game of farm. If you could take your opponent's farm, that is where you get a little bit of advantage against your opponent. But at the same time, you have to stay alive. Like, this is what Exhibit is trying to do. They really did, steal your opponent's farm, but at the same time, they are losing individual fights to Pokemon. So, that is where, that is not exactly a good trade coming in a team fight like that.
Yeah, that sacrifice is a little bit bad, but BQ will be able to find this Talonflame right there. Pops the berries, will be able to heal up, be able to connect. BQ gets flame, throw it up a little bit as nice juke coming off of BQ right there. Will be able to
Extreme speeds around the beast. That is not where you want to be, especially when you know your opponent is running extreme speed. Yo, I just did a rhyme right there. But
I saw that and I'm like, my face just like, what?
Yeah, I mean, extreme speed around the beast is just so dangerous to be dealing with, because the reset is just so insane, and you just really have to be careful. And knowing that your position is so near that Lucario, you're just looking for death.
Yeah, but at this time around, at least we're seeing Exhibit putting up a good fight going against Pokimane. And now this Charmander will fall for quite a few times already, but he is farming, so that's the name of the game for the side of Exhibit A right now. So, but Lucario should be falling off in terms of the power spike, because the Charmander should be coming online, but Crystal, oh my goodness, this is a wrong neighborhood. You should not be there. And I would say Exhibit A, yes, they're doing a lot of these good traits, but if they're giving so much objectives and giving so much kills over the side of Pokimane will scale.
Yep, look at the skilling right here. Taking down that Dreadnought just brought Pokimane up another level against Exhibit A. Even though on points, they look a little bit more similar, they're really close to each other. But having that Dreadnought advantage for Pokimane will bring them a long way ahead. Not forgetting that Rotom is still open for anybody's taking right now. And it seems like the Greninja have a little bit in better position, but instead he chose to down to close off that first tier goal post.
Yep, but Rain Aoki are looking a little bit low. Nice Ju coming out, will be able to just get out of dodge, but no, actually Eyelight, probably a creep that actually pick him all the way up, and now Pokimane will send the Rotom all the way down into Exhibit A. First tier goal close, Hidden Flare comes all the way in, forced to use the eject, will be go all the way out, a little bit slow right now, but Royhan is here right now. This Crystal is looking for play right here. Hidden Flare looking very low, but the flank on top of by the side of Ice Destiny will be able to find him right as he tries to escape. And now the damage coming out from Pokimane is actually a little bit insane if you ask me, because wait, hold on, this is a Venusaur, this is not a tank, right? He's supposed to do a lot of damage, and he did, and he delivered.
Wow, Ice Destiny on that Snorlax really allowed Jim Beam right over here to have all the kills that he needs.
Yeah.
Dropping that Unite at that perfect spot, zoning out that Wigglytuff as well. As the episode goes on, look at Ice Destiny on that Snorlax is just insane.
So much peel, so much orange and apple peels, ladies and gentlemen. The Snorlax has been peeling so hard, but finally it is the Talonflame that will be able to snipe down the Venusaur that's been causing so much problem, as the Snorlax desperately trying to hold a little bit. I believe there's no way for him to run, will finally fall, but you can see how the Snorlax created so much space. But speaking about space, this Charizard is already online right now and will be able to burn down BQ all the way down into the ground. Pokimane now on a bit of a weird position right now, because Exhibit A has finally hit their power spikes right now. Now the Charizard tries to outplay the episode. It's going to be a 1-duel, but the crits coming in!
It's Acrylic on that 1v3, taking home 2 kills of that one. That is great microplay coming in from Acrylic. That precision, knowing that when is your lethal kill, lethal blow coming in, and he managed to just take out both the Charizard and the Wigglytuff easily. no questions.
No question indeed, but let's take a step back, ladies and gentlemen, because we're looking at fights breaking out over and over again. Let's take a step back and take a look of the whole map right now, right? Spokimane currently leading in the points right now as we're going to tick down around 1.5 minutes into the final stretch. But take a look at levels. It still favors Spokimane, so this is going to be very important. Talonflame tried to die, but Snorlax will be able to... Ooh, nice ejector clutch! Will be able to catch the Crystal, but it is going to be Hidden Flare. Will be sleeping Ice Destiny right now. Ice Destiny just following Hidden Flare like an over-obsessive ex-girlfriend. But Exhibit A... Finally, okay, he let go. He finally let go, but Spokimane will be sending a Rotom all the way up to the top side.
Exactly, Jace. Points wins games in Pokemon Unite. Level don't really matter. All you have to do is just stay ahead of point, and that is how you win game. And that is what Spokimane is all about. Scoring another 50 with a Rotom having another 100-point lead. And you know, this is not as close as it seems anymore. But it's all down to the final strap. It's all down to the last Articuno. Could Exhibit A take that one and even this series out?
I would love to see Exhibit A even this out, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Charizard just doing God's work at the bottom side. Exhibit A trying to pick a fight Spokimane, preventing them from going all the way back. In fact, they will be sending one all the way back into their base by forcibly taking them down. But Spokimane, though, they're putting out the pressure. They... Oh, what is that? Digit value is a little bit too much, but here comes the Unrival coming out from the Charizard. Would not be able to, you know, finish off Jim Beam because of so much space that he could create for himself, just constantly healing with the damage reduction by the side of this Giga Drain. And now Exhibit A needs to make a play with 9 seconds. No, make that less than 5 seconds right now to the final stretch. Exhibit A need to play this out well.
Yep, we're moving straight right into the final stretch right now with Exhibit A having that pole position on the Articuno, starting it off and just killing it as much as possible. As Pokimane really have to try to snipe off this one, or else it's gonna be even for both teams.
Oh, Spokimane destroyed Articuno! And Spokimane will be able to get all of this value all the way out and exit.
By Jim Beam taking down the Articuno, they will be marching straight right into the goalpost. This is a really even game coming in, and Exhibit A really put up a great fight against Pokimane. But as the clock goes down to 120, I don't think they have enough to just close off this game.
They don't have enough because this Venusaur with a Rafflesia or whatever kind of pun you have it on its back is leading the charge. Panel dance all over for good measure, ladies and gentlemen. Spokimane still leading in on the damage, building Exhibit A back in their base. They're not letting them up. They're slamming the door. They're locking it up, ladies and gentlemen. Spokimane is constantly scoring, putting more scores right in their hoop as the minutes and seconds counts all the way down. Just take a look. They don't need a Mr. Mind to put Exhibit A right in their base. Okay, I changed my mind. Exhibit A show what's going on. Spokimane finally letting out the pressure just a little bit, letting Exhibit A going out. They're trying to look for more. There's only 30 seconds left. I don't think they have enough time to go into another hook to try to dunk it out. And even if they do, I don't think there'll be enough time.
Wow, Spokimane literally just tell Exhibit A, welcome to Remote Stadium and this is our house. You stay in your base and you are not coming out. That is exactly what Spokimane sent a message over to Exhibit A, as we are just gonna be dunking, because everything is just ours at this point.
Yeah, 9 seconds, 8 seconds down the clock, ladies and gentlemen. I fear for Exhibit A, Spokimane. They grab every single member of Exhibit A, toss him into the base, locked out the metal grates, lock it up, and then, you know, start spraying paint all over the floor, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is just pure good, you know, synergy coming in from Spokimane. Kabiru going in with the Cameron on the top lane.
Oh, yeah.
Putting a little bit of range, having a little bit of, you know, excess zoning, but not really impactful in that one. But, you know, the MVP right over here is Ice Destiny on that Snorlax.
Dude, that Ice Destiny is like... How can a Snorlax do so much? He's supposed to be sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, he's big, he's tanky, you know, he got great CC with the block. And look at that precision coming in by Ice Destiny, right? Providing that opening for the Venusaur right over there as well. And that's how a great support should be, right? Bringing the kill straight right into your carry, and that is, they will just close every single food they put into their mouth.
Oh, that was a fight. Exhibit A, good job for holding. Even though it was I think it's like a rubber band, right? They held it quite tight, and finally when it let loose, it accidentally break, and you know, Pokemon is like, okay, this is my game. I'll take all the way, because at one period of time, Exhibit A had a bit of advantage, but Smokey made a good job to them as well. Climbing all the way back, grabbing all the priorities. Unite move is illegal.
I mean, it's not about who started. Whoever get a good position, right? Whoever gets to kill it, get it, and that is basically everything about it. But that being said, Exhibit A is not out of the competition yet. They are, they will be returning tomorrow in the loser bracket, so they will be still putting up. Should try to survive in this competition.
Yep, so good job to both these two teams. Ladies and gentlemen, we will going on a short break, but don't go away. We promise you more crazy matches like this one after the break.
Enthusiasm and patronage should be appreciated and rewarded. Be part of UAdme's word of mouth movement now. Share the good, good to share.
I want to extend our warmest welcome to you on behalf of Apple and on behalf of M1.
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Trainer Unites, brought to you guys by Game.gg. The event is supported by Acme Professional Lighting, Bells Academy Group, Build Tech Solutions, Excel Games, M1, Monster Cat, Mountain Dew, OSIM, Scorpio Electric, Share, Umi Sushi, and You at Me. My name is Moonboy, and I'm joined by Jace for today. How are you doing, man? How is Pokemon Unite for you, man?
Man, it's absolutely hype. Seriously, like, even though, yes, it feels like watching Pokemon picking up small little cute little kittens, defenseless kittens, and leading them out at the HDB buildings, but I'm enjoying this. A little bit too much.
A little bit too much.
To be guilty about it.
But I mean, we are moving straight right into the top 16, right? 16 teams is left in the competition so far for the winners bracket, and you know, players will be playing off with a prize pool worth of $3,700 worth of vouchers.
Yep, and of course up for grabs in the first place, as I would say, $2,000 worth in vouchers, and the most important thing, 1 year of Monster Cat Gold subscription. Thank you very much, Monster Cat.
Yeah, I mean, have you heard Monster Cat move like songs?
Yes, it's
It's
been my
just
like
awesome.
hype. It's like one of my hype lists before I
It's my
cast.
to-go like background stream music.
Yeah, I discovered it from another streamer. But of
Yeah.
course, focusing on the games for today, of course, this is a best of 3 double elimination. We saw Smokey going up against Exhibit. It was a clean sweep. Exhibit A will go all the way down to the lower brackets as Smokey will move forward. And now the Who going up against Core 5. Any updates or any like tea about them?
Tea. I love tea.
What kind of tea do you like?
No, there's no tea. There's so much tea
Oh,
going
get it.
on with the you know, these two teams. But the Who, one of a great community teams coming in as well, right? You got Artisan, you got Jeans, you got Ben Vachi. Like these are the main, like you know, spotlight players coming in. Ben Vachi really good on that Greninja. You know, knowing the map, really good with the map awareness. You know, going in for really good ganks and things like that. Artisan on that Lucario, she's unstoppable. Right, she's one of the best Lucario in the community, and you know, and people knows that, and she's gonna be. I think, you know, if Core 5 knows what they're doing, they would try to zero her down as much as possible.
Yeah, zero on her down. Try to lock her down with the CCs and all this kind of stuff. We've seen, like, you know, the Mr. Mimes going in. I love the Mr. Mime gameplays. It's so obnoxious. I love it. It feels like my spirit animal if I were to go on a trolling spree when I'm not really too serious, you know, that sort of idea. But if I'm serious, I love Greninja. And I haven't tried Lucario yet. I know everyone's playing a lot of Lucario, and remember what I mentioned during game number 1. Oh, sorry, series number 1. If you can't beat the meta, you be the meta. Oh yeah, I haven't became the meta yet.
Well, in a sense, in the format, right, where Zarina is banned, Zero Aura is banned, and that's where Lucario is the best to shine.
Still shining,
He's
yep.
so strong all by himself, even though he got that nerf on the shield as well, right? You know, or even the dunking healing kind of like reduces from the previous patch. It's still not affecting him too much.
Nah.
He's still a anchor in the meta, whereby on the top side, all he does is just score and, you know, stack together with the extreme speed. That reset is just too fast to be dealing with, and that's where Lucario shine.
Yep. So I hope, like what you mentioned, right, Core 5 will be able to identify Zero in on top of that Lucario and just try to hold him from his stacks before he or she gets a little bit nutty. I would say as well, right, actually very interested what they'll be bringing into the jungle, because I would say I am leaning towards the jungle gameplay, because, you know, being a jungle, you need to have a lot of map awareness, as what
Definitely.
you mentioned. You also praise the
Ben
Who,
Bachi,
who
yeah.
actually with the Grand Ninja as well, because it's always this like crossroads, right? When after you finish farming your jungle, okay, do you go to the top side or do you go to the bottom side? If your bottom side is struggling, do you go there support or do you go to the top side to secure even more lead? All of these decisions after you clear your jungle will make or break your game.
Definitely, right? Like, you are the one that is going to be coming up ahead of the home map. Your level will be the highest as you exit the jungle. So the jungle is one of the more important role in the game, whereby, you know, you really assist and make the game flow as per what it is. And that is the importance of the jungle.
Yep.
Knowing where is the right time to gank, knowing where is, you know, in need of your help. to go and get a little bit of support. Where is the weaker lane for your opponent? Where is the stronger lane for your opponent? When are the objective up, right? So these are the timings that the jungle player really needs, and you really have to have all this awareness for this one.
Yep, and of course, like I feel like it's a lot of pressure playing as a jungler. I mean, I try to play myself, especially when I solo queue. I think that's like a big taboo if you try to climb. Yeah, no friends. So.
Yep, I believe there's a little bit of change in the featured match over here. Yeah, it's gonna be MSG Team 7 going up against Tofu. MSG Team 7, right? MSG being one of a more community known team coming in, as we see both teams get ready, as we will be heading straight right into remote stadium right over here with MSG Team 7 versus Tofu, but we got a really pretty Venusaur showcase.
Yeah, Venusaur OP. He is the meta. He's basically the face of the meta, right? But MSG Team 7 going up against Tofu. Yes, I recognize MSG Team 7, especially in the Discords, right? They've been just really playing. Every time when I just stop, it's like people with clan tags, the MSG clan tag, just duking out. They were very hardworking in not only just scrimming, right, but also in practicing and chilling out as a community. And I feel this community is a little bit more, not say a little bit more, it's a lot more united. No pun intended on that.
Pokemon unites.
Yeah. Yeah. United.
Yeah, as you said, right? MSG is a really group of hardworking players.
Yep.
And they got a few squads, right? MSG Team 7 is one of them. Oh, we got a new change again.
Ditto.
Yeah. So this time it's gonna be Kimoi versus Team LAZ. I believe I've seen LAZ around in the community as well. I've seen them play. They're pretty okay coming in.
So not a lot of tea, so it's going to be a litmus test paper for all of us for today, going in to see what they have to offer for Trainers Unite, brought to you by Game.gg, and of course onto remote stadium we go, because I was thinking right at stadium station, and that just like got a little bit confused in my head.
Wow, I mean, look at the team composition over here. Kimoi coming in, kind of like a normal, kind of like what we expect. But however, Team LAZ right over here, having with that slow bro in that top side, is definitely gonna be a anti-Lucario game plan coming in from Team LAZ. Having that slow bro and also that Fletchling there is gonna turn into a Talonflame, and that's gonna be dealing so much damage against their opponent.
Yep, you need someone to shut down this Lucario, and the slow bro shall do so. This Lucario may find himself in an awkward position, but nice skin, by the way. I was very distracted by all these skins. You can see Team Last actually was able to put Kimoi all the way down to the backside. You can see the jungler from the side of Kimoi already pathing all the way out, but I believe it is going to be the top side right now. I think we did a bit of a quick switcheroo. And no, they did a quick switchery as they rotate. The Talonflame rotated all the way up to the top side.
Yep. So and look at this. It's gonna be the Bears. Right, Bears coming in. Both teams is gonna be fighting on straight to hit. So knowing that Team Les, having only 2 Pokemons on the bottom side, so the bottom side is kind of like the weaker side, and they really have to try to support. And that is where the Fletchlinger have to go down and not allow Kimoi to just do such a aggressive push coming in, right? They have CC coming in from the weakly top, they're healing coming in from the Elder Gods, and not forgetting, right, that Venusaur just doing so much damage by itself.
Yeah, and it really bugs me a little bit the fact that the Talonflame is actually in the area as well, but you don't see him appearing because I'm looking. I have my eyes on the minimap. You can see both of these two junglers just mirroring each other. You can see the Wigglytuff already making some members from Team Last falling asleep as well, as the Lucario tries to sneak more goals, as Kimoi, at the bottom side, may get cut off by Team Last right here, but it is still a small little puny Charmander desperately, but it is going to be the same activator. Jungbaba looking a little bit sleepy right there, will fall with one more eject from the side of Kimoi, and now nice gang coming out from this Frogadier right there. Would not be able to find anything, in fact will be falling asleep as well. I think that was the clone. You can see the damage coming off of Talonflame is starting to shine right here. Imokia looking a bit low at the same time. Nice heal and nice movement speed boost that will allow Kimoi to disengage.
Yep, they really have to try to level up those two Pokemon in the bottom side.
That's right.
Elder Gods is only at level 3, Charmander is only at level 4. They really have to get those farms up, or else, you know, they're really gonna be falling behind. This Bass right over here in the middle is gonna be crucial for Team Les.
Yeah, you have a level 7 Ivysaur already going up against the level 5 Charmeleon. 7 beat 5 the last time I actually checked. Kimoi actually doing a wonderful job at the top side already, putting a lot of pressure as the objective of both sides has started to spawn. Both sides looking very equal right now, but what's not equal is the damage coming out from Kimoi as well. This Ivysaur is starting to do so much better than us, and Giga Drain will be able to heal. He's splitting out some damage at the same time. Look at the amount of heal coming out from Kimoi as well. Face tanking for the attacker, as they will be able to shut down Team Last on the bottom side and take some hoops for themselves.
Wigglytuff doing all the job right over there. That Sing is just so crucial in this team composition. Team Les really have to be really careful with that Sing. Once they get caught in that Sing, there's no way out of that one. They have been caught repeatedly again and again and again. They really have to try to learn their lesson as the Dreadnought goes straight right into Kimuchi's pocket.
Yeah, with the Dreadnought advantage right now, they do have some shields. They will be able to, you know, sustain a little bit more in these sort of little fights. You can see Team Last trying to steal some goals at the bottom side, but the Charmeleon will lose its life for the time being. Slowbro, the stun going in, the Unite may be used by Cinder Ace at the same time. Talonflame trying to make something to appear, but it's going to be Lucario chasing all the way. Talonflame looking a bit low, forced to retreat at the same time, but the pressure from the side of Kimoi is not letting up. They pick up the Slowbro for good measure, as Hydro Police will try to juke it out just a little bit, but like I said, this is a little bit awkward. Puberty Boy will fall at the same time. No Water Shuriken to be able to help him to juke and kite, and Kimoi rotates over to the Rotom.
Wow, I mean, that is domination coming in from Kimoi, right? But however, Team Les over there, they have that Slowbro. They got a really good telekinesis going on. They got good targeting, but they have no finish. There's no way that they could just close up, and so that is what, you know, kind of like lost them that fight right over there, as, you know, Kimoi continues to gather as much players as possible on the top side, and there's where they would just overthrow Team Les on the top lane.
Yes, at the top side right now, Kimoi will be sending the Rotom all the way up, and the scores will be dug as the Grand Ninja will fall asleep at the same time. Team Last will lose 2 more at the top, as Kimoi just dunking with their hearts content. Talonflame will be slow through the party, but what can the Talonflame do against 3 to 4 members? But here comes a reinforcement of Team Last. It is going to be Grand Ninja, and ooh, Unite move activated, but not enough damage to be able to finish it off. Finally, Algorithm Gods go down, but nice outplay coming off the Talonflame, but Iron Miracle shows him who's boss. Will be able to slap him all the way down to the ground.
Great catch coming here from Iron Ryuku, you know, catching off that Talonflame while it's just dropped down from the fly, just in time to just catch it from that last drop. And no, that is what Kimoi is gonna do. They're just gonna continue this pressure. They already broke that top lane, and it's all down to the bottom side because that Dreadnought is live right now, and I think Team Les really needs that Dreadnought.
Yes, and Charizard going in the Unite move at the same time. Venusaur will be the target. It is going to be a massacre at the bottom side. As you see, Team Last is slowly losing and forfeiting their life. Kimoi gains the Dreadnought priority.
Well, this is just gonna be a landslide coming here from Kimoi, right? Having that level advantage. Most of them is at level 12 and 11 at this point in time. Wow, you know, at Team Les side, level 7 on the Elder Gods, level 9 on that Slowbro. Bro, that's not helping, bro, for the Slowbro.
Bro, you gotta pick it up, ladies and gentlemen. But Kimoi, you know, securing so much lead in the early game, and this is exactly what I mentioned, right? This is a lead that Kimoi was able to secure, but Team Last needs to pick up in these levels. I'm taking a look at the Elder Gods. On the side of Team Last, a little bit behind, doesn't really have enough. I don't believe has the Unite move yet. Down by the side of Kimoi all the way down, but Team Last, they're putting all their eggs in the one basket at the bottom side. In fact, no, they're gonna back off and they're trying to defend. Charizard's just trying to score. It is the Elder Gods from the side of Kimoi will be coming in for the defense, serve for good measure to try to delay Rotom all the way, but this Grand Ninja at this time at least does have, but it's gonna be the Unite move activated by the Talonflame as well. It is gonna be, okay, but it's gonna be unstoppable as well. Well, the Rotom, I think it was killed off at the same time, but Kimoi still leading in terms of the score.
Wow, I mean, Team Les really have to defend really hard over there as well, but they are not out of the game right now. They are still, you know, they could still change this tide right over here with the final stretch on the Zapdos. Try to get the Zapdos kill and try to flip it around, because you are just only losing at about a 210 points deficit. All you need to do, get the Zapdos, score as much points as possible, get that lead and just maintain it, and Team Less still have the additional breathing room to win this one.
Yes, breathing room is what they need. 10 seconds on the clock, ladies and gentlemen, to the final stretch, and that's where the real game starts. That's why the end game starts to fall in. So it's very crucial from the side of Team Last not to lose any single one, especially, you know, if they're holding up so much points. Now, the Zapdos Articuno has spawned, and it's going to be the Venusaur that's receiving the bulk of damage right now. It's going to be a Unite move activated from every single one. They're not going to go down without a fight. It is going to be losing 2 members at the same time. Slowbro wins down, and Kimochi will be able to take 2 more. Kimochi rotates over to the side of Articuno, and they're not letting up.
Wow, this is just going to be an easy take for Kimochi over here, as Articuno has no points going over to last, right? They destroyed the whole team before going into the Articuno, and that's where they'll be marching straight right into their goal post, scoring points after points after points at this point in time. Team Last
The victory, these teddy bears, the supporters, but no, they're a little bit scared for this Venusaur, and they'll walk all the way back as Kimochi takes game number 1.
Wow, what a great showing coming in from Kimochi, right? Team Last really have to buck up their boots on this one. It's kind of like a deja vu coming in from game number 1, where they have a composition where they pick a lot of late game characters in the sense, right? They have a Froakie, they got Charizard, but not utilizing them in the jungle.
Yeah, I just felt like, we're seeing a common pattern right here, right? With the Charmander being drafted all the way at the bottom side. Yeah, it's gonna take a long time for the Charmander, and don't forget, Charmander in the early game, the range is shorter like a T-Rex arm. Will definitely get poked out by this Bulbasaur if the Bulbasaur plays it right. Yes, if the Charizard were to actually zone in closer, yes, he can dish out some damage, but by that time, the range difference should be able to equalize that, and now the Charmander is in a bit of an awkward position, forced to back away.
Definitely, and also, he have to watch a little bit of his timing for the last hit, and that's where, he kind of lose out a little bit in the early game against the Venusaur, the Bulbasaur at the point in time, right? Having that Razor Leaf is just doing so much damage consistently. The Charizard the Charmander really have to try to time it really well to get the steal of that unit, so that he could get the experience that's needed to try to level up. And knowing that you really need to scale up as much as possible, not being able to scale this game really just put you back by a lot.
Yeah, and remember, early game is the king of the game. You need to be able to secure all this early game lead at a point of time. I actually pointed that out. The Elder Gods does not even have the Unite move that could just basically turn the tide around. Kimochi by then have all the Unite moves that could spam O, and by that time their damage, especially with levels, right, they can duke it out right underneath the Articuno pit, and of course, if they all click all the same button at the same time, they should be able to out-damage the members of Team Last because of sheer level difference.
Yeah, look at the amount of shield coming in from Kimochi as well, right? At the final stretch in front of the Articuno. The Wigglytuff popped off its ultimate. Something else popped up. It's just a mess. But everyone just popped off their ultimate. And
everyone click one button.
Exactly. Just look at the amount of shield coming in from the whole of Kimochi.
On top of Venusaur, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and there's a Venusaur ultimate, and then there's a Wigglytuff ultimate going on. They are unstoppable. They can't be CC'd in any form, and that's where they just steamrolled their opponent. While the Team Last don't really have much ways to come out of that one. They didn't really pop their Unite at the point. There's no shield, there's no body barrier popped upon that. So that's where they kind of lose out a little bit at that point in time.
Yeah, so if you take a look at this particular series, right, as you compare the first series with Pokemon vs. Exhibit A, the lead wasn't that far apart, because remember when we entered the final stretch, it was about, what, 200 scores going up against maybe like 70. It's still not far apart, so that's why I'm secretly rooting for Team Last, but unfortunately the XP lead is still way in the favor of Kimochi, so they weren't able to turn around. But had they turned that around, I believe Team Last should be able to overcome all these odds and probably steal this win away from Kimochi. So in terms of micro and macro level, I think they're still almost the same on par. I think it's just pure luck, the fact that Kimochi had just did so much barriers, did so much damage, right? And it's very hard for the side of Team Last to basically peel through all the shield to get into the HP bars, and it's just so frustrating on the side of Team Last.
Yeah, I mean, look at Team Last, right? They know what they're trying to do. They're trying to counter that Lucario, but they didn't really get to do it because, you know, having that slow bro, best bro by the way.
Yeah, best
so,
bro.
yeah, he's so helpful in the sense whereby he could just capture the Lucario and the whole team could zone him down. But that slow bro is not getting the right picks, or there's not enough support to, you know, just destroy whatever the slow bro has caught.
Yep. So there's like not enough follow-up. That's what you meant, right? So Moonboy, the slow bro, the best bro by the way.
Best bro.
Best bro.
Best bro,
Caught
bro.
someone already.
Yeah.
And you're not gonna grab him for yourself. Then what's the slow bro for?
Exactly. So you could, it's basically a permanent CC at that point in time. Just catching it is just useless at the point in time, right? So your whole team really have to capitalize on that and just zone it down.
Yep.
So the follow-up is really important, but knowing you have a Charizard in the bottom lane, they can't exactly scale well enough. It's not exactly bro enough to help the bro. Get it, bro?
Ah, my brain, it hurts. I hope I have amnesia from the side of slow bro, but the point is,
Welcome to Mooney Puns, guys.
Moon puns. Oh, my brain, it burns. But the thing is, right, I agree with you, right? It's a slow bro, it's a very pick composition from the side of Team Last, but they're not using that pick composition properly. They have a lot of single target, you know, CC single target skills like the Charizard Unite move. They also got, like what you mentioned, the slow bro stun at the same time. So, okay, we're gonna go into the next game. Hopefully Team Last will be able to bring this up better. I am looking at Papa going on Machamp this time round.
Wow, Machamp.
Machamp.
Wow, the real champ and the real boyfriend Pokemon right over here. We jump right into Remote Stadium with Kimoi. We got Team Last with Kimoi 1-0. It's all down to Team Last. Are they?
I'm gonna trust this best bro to be able to do it, to do the God's work, right? But once again, they'll be drafting a Lucario for themselves. I think they're starting to learn the mistakes slightly a little bit, but I believe it's a Machop going into the jungle, going up against the Score Bunny into the jungle. Bottom side almost exactly mirror. Yeah, except for the fact that they've got a Slowbro and the other side they've got a Jigglypuff.
Yep, Team Last really changed up their team composition over here to be a little bit more meta-ish, having that, you know, that Lucario on the top side. It's gonna be 1v1 Lucario over here, as yeah, it's just gonna be sneaky, right? Whoever gets that steal, whoever gets that dunk as much as possible is just gonna get that a little bit of advantage. But however, you know, on the bottom side, having that slow bro, right, being the best bro, he's gonna stop that Venusaur, catching that Venusaur up, and that's where, you know, everyone could just zone him down. And you know, knowing that opponent have a Jigglypuff, that Machamp is just gonna be the best boyfriend that you could ever see, because no CC is gonna stop that guy from looking at other girls.
Man, it's like a sausage party right here, right? You got a bro, you got the best boyfriend. Machamp Papa will be able to seismic toss Lucario all the way in, but he's actually looking a little bit low. I am Naruko will be able to snipe him all the way down with the help of B4 at the top side.
Yep, so that's a little bit of an unfortunate.
I thought he's the best boyfriend.
He's the best boyfriend. He's there to cover for the Lucario, right? I will be your shield. I will submit your opponent, but, you know, ended up being the one being submitted.
He has a dream.
Yeah, he has a dream. But I think, you know, looking at both sides, it's kind of like an even game, like coming in from both sides as well. But, you know, Kimoi on that weekly tough, already on that weekly tough, and it's all down to Team Last. They really have to keep up in their support division, as you know, this way they could just get a little bit of edge against Kimoi.
Yeah, Slowbro has Slowpoke has already evolved to Slowbro. You can see Zheng Bao Bao rotating down to the bottom side will go up top side to help. And I really have to agree, Kimoi with that weekly tough, especially with that skin, looking a little bit suspicious. I don't know whether that's a weekly tough or not. I can't tell. But the point is, you know, both these two teams looking very equal right now, but Zheng Bao Bao will be going up to the top side once again. I don't know, say hi and then just unstoppable runs away, being unstoppable as well. But I feel like, you know, Team Last, they are mirroring Kimoi right now, but it's all could end with one fight as the objective will be spawning in less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a sus move coming in from Zheng Bao Bao, right?
Yeah.
Going in for the dunk, unable to get so, and then immediately moving away. But knowing that the Lucario was really behind him, he should have engaged at that point in time. instead of just running off just like that. But I think, you know, it's all come to Tampapao. He really have to come out a little bit stronger to help his teammate, to have a little bit of a presence, because he has the level advantage against his opponent.
Yeah, he has the level advantage, but you saw when he tried to dunk, it's basically his girlfriend telling me, yeah, you go ahead, sure, no worries. No, that is Q, you turn all the way back and back to your girlfriend, alright? That's a PSA right there. So objective has been spawning right now. Kimoi picking up a fight at the top side. Hypon is looking a little bit low. Will be able to burst down 2 members from the side of Team Last and dunk it for good measure. That is the first goalpost gone in the favor of Kimoi.
Extreme speed stacked together with the attack weight is just doing so much damage coming in from that Lucario, having that reset, taking down that Machop after, and then the Lucario, and that's just smooth precision coming in from a Lucario player, and that's how a Lucario should move in remote stadium.
Yeah, this is basically his stadium. He's looking for some pickoff right there, but it is Kimoi that gains the jungle, that's sneaking around Team Last side of the jungle. Hopefully he could make some pickoff right here, but it's going to be a wild charge coming in from the side of Kimoi. The members of them is coming in with the help of in the ace as well. Team Last literally melts all the way down. The fireball all the way in with the petal dance at the same time. They trade for one objective, and no, they take away another objective, and the bottom side rotates over to the Dreadnought.
Wow, I mean, at this point in time, Kimoi would be steamrolling. 249 is to 0. 0 points coming in from Team Last. Again, and right here is 302 to 0. It's just so
painful to watch.
Painful to watch, bro.
Yeah, I've been there before, as here he comes again. Another team fight cracking all the way out. Both these two teams sizing in all the way up. It's going to be the Bandit Saw from the side of Kimoi. You know, going and landing all the Giga Drain as well. And one good punch going out will be slamming the members of Kimoi all the way down to the ground. But it is going to be the Ivysaur getting taken down for the side of Team Last. Now a Bandit Saw right there. Slowbro tried to bro, but would not be able to follow up from the side of Team Last because there is not enough damage and will be a wasted CC.
Wow, look at the level difference, right? Therefore, you know, you guys can see Team Last is not doing a lot of damage coming in because they are really under leveled. So fights, they're not exactly looking for fights as of right now. They should not be fighting. They should be farming, get their levels up, get even, and just, you know, take advantage of that and go into that late game. But you know, take a look at what Team Last is doing. They're just picking fights after fights after fights. Do not fight, guys. Go back and farm it off and get on equal grounds.
Yeah, I really could scream that. Don't fight, just farm. That's basically whatever I'm doing during solo queue, right? Because Kimoi, they will handshake any fights that Team Last trying to do. If you take a look at the top side, having a little bit of trouble as well, but it is at least the Lucario that manages to take down, but with the Rotom landing into some support as well.
Just a Slowbro by himself on that telekinesis is basically an auto stun on the Slowbro itself. So he have to be a little bit a little bit more aware. Where is he gonna be telekinesis at? Is there a backup coming in to help you to, you know, protect you from being self-stunned? So they have to be a little bit more aware. So here, right here, you know, on that Slowbro, on that 1v2 is not where you want to be.
Yeah, it's not where you want to be. But speaking of which, Kimoi don't want to be here right now because this bro that with 4 arms right now, that's how you hug people to basically to death, right? We'll be able to fling him all the way back into his team as the member of Team Last will follow up this time around, bringing a Venusaur in tow. Unite move activated as well, and now finally they're dishing out some damage and some score against Team Kimoi as well. And now Tampapao fighting in, just holding off the members from the side of Kimoi as well. Really nice hold off coming in. He has 4 arms. He can put on the wall. But here comes the onslaught coming out of Kimoi. Will they be able to hold? No, but I don't think so. And finally, they'll be able to push it all the way back with the help of Aya Naruko.
Yep, that is a really good push coming in from Team Last, right? Having that momentum. But they kind of overstayed in the bottom side a little bit more than what's needed. They could have closed off the pit and get ready for their big fight on the Zapdos pit. But, you know, right here, Kimoi, knowing that they still have a little bit of time and they will be moving straight right into the Rotom, taking it down and act as a mini Zapdos for them.
Yeah, they only got 10 seconds. Sorry, make that 9 seconds left in order to take down this before it's gone, right? Because we're going into the final stretch already, so it's up to them or whether Team Last to basically secure it. If you want to talk about points, they're not too far behind. It all relies on one Ed Sheeran sing. Sorry, that Jigglypuff sing in order to start up Team Last all the way in. Sorry, I'm just thinking about a lot of music right now. You can see Kimoi zoning the members away from the side of Team Last, as Team Last sticking all the way from the top side.
Yep, you know, right here, Kimoi knows that they are in the lead right here, and they don't really have to do anything to that Articuno, but that is a great 3-person wipe right over there, and down goes that Slowbro. And there you have Kimoi just destroying Team Last right over here, taking the Articuno and saying, you know, the deal, let's just seal the deal, let's just close it off and just move on to the next game.
Man, Team Last, they try to fight a 3v5, but Kimoi is waiting right there, springs up the ambush, and now just recycling the members of Team Last back to where they came from, and now Kimoi will lead that charge with Imokia at the same time. Slowbro Telekinesis will be bounding this Venusaur all the way down to the ground, Ejector all the way in. They just need to score in order to heal, but here comes the Mag Chime as well, trying to fling it around, but it's going to be one against the world, one against 3 members as well, and here comes the Ed Sheeran Singh to slip him all the way down to the ground as the members of Team Last losing a little bit too much. Unfortunately, the bottom side hope is also gone as Kimoi wrecking havoc with the Articuno in the mid and last hoop that they have. Basically, that's the one that you cannot destroy. But the point is, Kimoi is making sure that this dead creature is dead over and over again.
Yep, Kimoi is just sealing the deal right there, taking out the Articuno, having the additional point saying, you know, Team Last, you are not going to come back from this one. There's no way you're going to come back off this one because I have about a 500 over points lead, and it's not easy for you to do that. As you know, Kimoi is still really healthy, they're above level. Okay.
Yes, 10 seconds in the clock, ladies and gentlemen. I fear for Team Last, they will not be able to pick up enough points at all. Not even 29 points with a multiple of 2 because I cannot quick math. We'll be able to equalize that as time is up, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
GG up in the side of Kimoi.
Well, that is a landslide coming in from Kimoi, right? They know what they're doing. They control the map and, you know, gain an advantage really early into the game. Team Last, on the other hand, have a really good early game in game number 2. They kept it up. They managed to equalize a little bit, but, you know, Kimoi managed to just turn it around, take advantage of that, and just turn it over by a landslide.
Yes, of course. Congratulations over the side of Kimoi as well. They identified all these key targets, but I would say that capitalizing on Team Last mistakes were the key of victory, right? Team Last, yes, they got the best bro, they've got the best boyfriend award at the same time. You can see him rushing all the way in whenever duty calls, but then again, even with spouting another pair of arms, they would not be able to equalize that. But the point being is this, they wasn't able to capitalize on all the CCs that this bro has been putting out, and therefore, you know, Kimoi was able to wreak havoc and they just be able to do whatever they want to do. And then, you know, making these mistakes, I think, is painful, especially in the mid to late game.
Right.
And thus, you can see they tried to split up. So 3 in the mid lane, 2 all the way up top side, but
It's not.
they're not going
optimal.
in the same
Yeah, they're
time.
not exactly going in.
Yeah, it's like, you know, a very lopsided when you try to break into a house as a SWAT team, right?
Right.
There are 3 members going all the way in. The terrorists are a little bit screaming already. They're already alerted, and 2 side just comes all the way down. A little bit like 5 seconds late.
Yeah, so like, you know, the timing wise for Team Last is not exactly there. It just kind of feels that the whole team is not exactly that coordinated in a sense, right? Knowing that, you know, that Machamp is there and you know that one moment where we saw that Machamp actually ran away from the fight where the Lucario is just behind. Like, that is also, you know, one of a weird kind of situation coming in. Like, they're not exactly gelling or communicating well to each other in Team Last side. But however, in Kimoi, you know, they did it well. They showed us, you know, teamwork makes the dream work. You got the best bro, but I got the best team.
I got the best team indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, congratulations over Kimoi. They will go ahead in the brackets, and Team Last will fall all the way down to the lower brackets. But coming up next, we should have MSG Team 7 going up against Kimoi. In fact, it's the same team that we saw with...
What if I told you a mouse was designed by a YouTuber? Probably just a cash grab, right? But what if I told you that YouTuber built their channel on reviewing mice? Has over 250 gaming mice in his house, 150 mouse reviews on the channel, and over 22 years experience in first-person shooters. Yeah, this isn't a cash grab. This is about taking mice to that next step. Performance is amazing, but there's still one thing that's being neglected. And when it comes to aim, shape is king. I've spent the last year testing my theories on design, and my aim has never been better. So here it is. My experience, my creation. The Xtrfy MZ1, Zeiss Rail.
What is up, Pokemon trainers? We are back at Trainers Unite, brought to you by Game.gg. This is Jace. Joining me right here is Moonboy, and we are supported by Acme, Professional Lighting, Bell's Academic Group, Build Tech, XL Games, M1, Monster Cat, Mountain Dew, OSIM, Safra, Scorpio Electric, Shure, Sushi, you Atme. Thank you very much, sponsors, for supporting Trainers Unite.
Wow, that the whole day has been really exciting, right, Jace? Like we only watched 2 games, and there is like what, 3 more games lined up for us. So like, it's gonna be really exciting. We got a whole day of games planned up for you guys.
That's right.
So it's gonna be Pokemon action again and again, and it's gonna be tougher and tougher. Games is gonna be more and more interesting because we are going straight down to our top 8 battle.
I'm gonna stop you right there.
Okay,
alright?
okay.
This is just day number 1.
Oh.
We have another slew of games in day number 2 as well, and of course all this hype will not end even at the finals, because we are very grateful for the community, because we have the finals happening on the 2nd of Jan 2022. Wow.
Next year.
Wow.
It's like next year?
I
Or it's
blink
like it's
in a Pokemon Unite team fight, right? So I cannot blink.
Well, I mean, stakes are high, right? More and more really strong games are going to be happening. So both surviving in the upper bracket right now is just going to be doing their best to try to make their way straight into 2nd January, right? As of right now, the next game that we will be showcasing to you guys is going to be MSG Team 7 going up against Kimoi.
Yep, Kimoi. I think they did a very good job, especially capitalizing on mistakes. But MSG Team 7, they are no strangers to community tournaments like this as well. In fact, they have been screaming so hard, and very hardworking bunch of Team P players as well. I really like it, when especially community players, right? They start to exhibit sportsmanship, and it just feels really warm in the heart as well. This Pokehana as well. In fact, Pokehana, based on the brackets, they are already comfortably in round
top 4, right?
6. I'm very bad.
Top 6,
yeah, round 4. Yeah, round 4. We also have, of course, MSG Team 7 going up against Kimoi, which we'll be watching all the way next. NL going up against the Who, Zest, and going up with Smoky Main. Remember first series?
Yeah, so we have seen like these teams, right? Bested it out, and we have seen Spooky Main in action in the very first game, where they work together so well and just get a 2-0 victory, and they're still here in round number 3. So these are the teams to watch out to in the next few hours or the next few games, right? So but before that, we got MSG 7 versus Kimoi. We saw Kimoi in action just now in the previous game, where they work really well together as a team. But here's the challenge, right? Games are not going to be easy anymore, because we are moving straight into MSG Team 7 against Kimoi, and MSG is not an easy team to beat. Yeah,
of course. I would say from just the tone in your voice, one of your favorite team as well, because I mean, they're really hardworking, like I said, always constantly on the Discord channel as well, so thank you very much for actually watching. But I mean, dude, this still screams Lucario meta. In fact, just now when we saw those 2 teams still bringing out the Lucario onto the field as well, and then you also see a little bit of, I think there's also one common theme in the Charmander going around the team as well. But I really appreciate when Team Last decides to switch it out. Maybe they don't feel like the Charmander is working anymore. They draft in a Venusaur. I think that has been very pivotal in making sure that it's not a very clean sweep in game number 2. They had some resistance going up against Kimoi.
Right, definitely, right. This is the beauty of best of 3, right? It's not a one-off victory and that's it, right? So you get to learn from your losses, and lose is learn. In kind of like in this sort of situation, so they have to learn what is the weak part of my composition and how can I bring a stronger fight against my opponent. It's not gonna be easy, but we have to try. So we have to switch our team composition a little. If the Charizard is not working, we have to change it to something else. If we don't have a Venusaur, we might need a Venusaur. So like this is no, you must have a Venusaur, right? So,
bow to the Metasaur. Bow to the Meta.
Bow to Venusaur, right? Lord
bow
Venusaur.
To the Metasaur.
Yeah, so he's here to slay, right? So we have to take advantage of that. So that's the power of best of 3. If opponents Lucario is too strong, is there a way that we could stop it? Is there a way that we could play around it? So this is the beauty, and we will be seeing more of this kind of like exchange coming forward in this competition.
Yeah, especially when it's best of 3, it's always like a Q&A.
Right.
Like you toss a question over to the enemy team. Hi, do you have an answer for this? And if they don't, too bad. But if they do, okay, let's switch it around a little bit, right? And adaptability has always been king in all these different tournaments, especially going in the best of 3. Especially we're going slowly and surely into the semifinals because the best of the best teams form Trainers Unite will be staying in this particular part of the tournaments, and they look very scary already. Well, like I said, we recognize some names, so we definitely have to look out for them.
Exactly, like MSG Team 7, Kimoi, right? Pokey Hannah, The Who, Spooky Man. Like, these are really strong contenders coming in. So they will try their best to just do their best and just clear it in and just serve it through the winner's bracket.
And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, onto Remote Stadium we go. MSG Team 7 going up against Kimoi in game number 1. Taking a look at this draft. Feels like a standard draft coming out from Team MSG's Team 7. The Lucario, Absol in the jungle. I believe this is my favorite team composition, but Talonflame in the jungle from Kimoi.
Yep, so this is what we're looking for, right? This is kind of like the meta pick coming in this competition. But the only difference is that that Talonflame solo laning on the top against a Lucario. There's gonna be a little bit of a difference coming in. But both teams is gonna be pretty even coming in.
Yeah, and wow, that's not like try to take away the Arduino all the way on the top side. And oh wait, what happened to the Remote Stadium? Feels like summer hit again. No more, wintry things anymore. But it's going to be Aya Naruko going up against this Lucario. The score shield has been helping him so much as Aya Naruko tried to peck Mao to death. But nice push coming in, but it is going to be the acrobatics picking the Lucario all the way up, allowing him to score. But here comes Genkai.
Yep, at this point in time, it's not easy to run away from an Absol. Look at the amount of damage coming in from the Absol just by itself. But right here, it's just going to be taking down this. That's a really good joke coming in from the Skull Bunny.
Yep, I blink, and I thought Absol is winning. Then I blink, the Skull Bunny actually won. Kimoi will be able to secure the B for the time being, so it is a good fight happening at the bottom side. Both still fighting very equally, but it's going to be Absol a priority at the top side. Snorlax providing so far some peel, but you will receive a bit of a bind whip from the enemy Bulbasaur.
Yep, so coming in, Barry is ready at level 5. That being said, he had a heavy slam, and that's where the team could gain a little bit of capitalization on top of that as well. So look at that Snorlax just doing so much destruction, but able to just get out of there alive. That's just a little unfortunate for the Snorlax player.
Yeah, I think the Snorlax had a plan in mind, right? Providing so much PU so that Kimoi was able to farm safely. However, allowing Team MSG to basically steal away their side Arduino may just, neutralize that lead they've just gotten. So both them side still fighting neck and neck. Both these two junglers and also even the top side, right? Just respecting so much. They know the power spikes. They know they don't dare to fight. We're waiting for the Talonflames to start picking up, his Unite move. But here comes Skull Bunny already. He does have the power spike. He does have the football. He's looking for some pick off. Lucario decides to back off.
Yep, so this is the pressure coming in from the Cinderace, right? Having that Cinderace, you are dealing so much damage. And they just have to be a little bit more careful about gap closers right over there as well. But MSG Team 7 right here is just destroying in the bottom lane with the Absol just dealing so much that I believe the bottom lane is just going to be closing anytime soon.
Yeah, Kimoi really have to try to put on the pressure. Nice pressure applied from the side of MSG Team 7 at the bottom side. Again, Kai rotating all the way to the bottom, minusing out, deleting out the Snorlax. This is not what you want to do. But now MSG Team 7, they're trying to crack it even more, help push Kimoi all the way in the back foot. But here the Cinder Ace coming in, the Calvary coming in, tossing down the kicks, tossing out the football, but he's going to be Absol sticking on top of the Cinder Ace as well, popping the Unite move. The iframes way too broken.
Yep, that is where they have to zone Kimoi away from the Dreadnought. Having the Absol dealing so much damage that Dreadnought is not going to be too much of a problem for them. Because right here, they got the Dreadnought in their pocket. And on the top side, the Lucario is in a little bit of a trouble right now. But I think Unrival is able to just back off a little bit.
Yeah, the bottom side is not looking very good for the side of Kimoi, but at least Kimoi does have a winning lane. Nice fight coming up from Mao. Naruko seems like he's actually in ahead, but it is going to be Mao showing who is boss. But now it is going to be the Snorlax coming all the way up the top side for reinforcement.
Yep, having that Snorlax is just so impactful, right? Knowing that he has the CC, he have that, tankiness, that he's doing so much together with the Elder Gods. So they have to really take advantage of that Snorlax to get advantage in fights.
Yep, as the members, as Snorlax will be kite all the way backwards. Naruko tried to put in some damage, trying to put it up, but it is going to be the Venusaur making the knock up on the side of Bieri. But it is going to be Kimoi. It's a full-flown fight at the top side, it is, but it's going to be the Venusaur priority. And with the Giga Drain, we'll be able to sustain against Kimoi's damage. And now MSG Team, they're actually going inside the slow zone. Who cares about the slow zone? I have the damage. They push Kimoi back to where they belong, and they take more hoops.
Wow, this is where the turning point for MSG is going to be, right? This is where they gain so much momentum, and they are so far ahead against Kimoi at this point in time. Having that Rotom, if they manage to just get that one, it's just going to be, putting the game so much onto their favor. And they just really have to capitalize on that and not lose momentum from here on.
Yeah, the most important thing about the side of Kimoi right now is they need the farm because the levels are still not too far apart. This Talent Fame will be their winning condition if they pick up any member from the side of MSG. Maybe pick up Absol, that would be absolutely great, but you can't possibly burst down this Venusaur. As the Venusaur gets knocked up in the air, the Rotom will get stolen by the side of Kimoi, and now the Rotom will march against them as MSG Team 7. They need to brace for impact because this Rotom will be doing a lot of damage, and this gives so much breathing room for Kimoi to rotate around the map.
There's a good steal coming in from Kimoi, right? But backing off over here, I think they're just pushing their attention straight into the Dreadnought. Get that Dreadnought, get that level, equalize against your opponent, or even have an edge against your opponent, and that is where they want to be. That's the position they have to be at, because right here, they really have to start winning fights, or else they're just losing up position one after another.
Oh, people got deleted once again. It is going to be Absol activating Unama. Here comes the Talent Flame at the same time. It is going to be Genkai catching that Snorlax as well. Boba, oh no, the Elder Gods from Kimoi will fall next. The Dreadnought will be the next point of objective, but there is no one from the side of Kimoi that will be able to battle all the way out. Naruko, unable to pick up key targets from the side of MSG Team 7, is starting to cost them.
Wow, the game is just slipping away from Kimoi slowly after, fights after fights. They are just losing fights. They really have to try to pick up their momentum. They have to pick the right target first. They have to get down the Absol before, if not, they're just going to be taking so much damage. So they really have to pick their priority in terms of fight, or else, not just going in blindly like that.
Yeah, Mao actually started to pick up a lot of damage as well. MSG Team 7, they're starting to scale out of control. Kimoi playing on an absolute back foot. The Cinder Ace is not doing the damage. There's not enough even there's enough tankiness from the side. It's not like it's not enough, because Team MSG 7, just take a look at the level lead, it is still in their favor. And now they have the, the Dreadnought priority. They've also got the Hoops priority, as we're gonna stick all the way down to the final stretch. I'm respecting what Kimoi is doing. They're not really going in unnecessary fights. They're gonna just wait it out. They're just gonna be patient on picking up during the final stretch.
Yeah, take a look at this, right? MSG already got a pole position coming in onto the Rotom, and this Rotom is so important moving straight right into the final stretch. Having that pole position out of their life.
Yes, I think Kimoi will be able to invert. It is going to be a Snorlax jumping out. Look at the amount of CCs coming out from the side of Kimoi. Would that be enough to allow Ibokia to actually back them by the Rotom instead? But it's going to be very knocking out the members of MSG Team 7, constantly flying in the air, as Naruko will be able to find Mao right now. Kimoi takes down the top side hoop, and now they have full control of that Rotom.
This might be the turning phase right over here of Kimoi, having that Rotom marching straight right into MSG Team 7's goalpost right over here with only 4 more seconds to spare. That being said, the Rotom will be moving straight into the final stretch, and they will be dealing double damage as the Rotom goes in, as both teams move their attention straight right into the Rotom, but MSG is a little bit distracted by the Rotom.
Oh my goodness, Snorlax actually just pushing MSG on the back foot right here. Now Kimoi will be able to pick up the Zapdos as well. They're going to go more hoops, and they will actually overtake MSG Team Team 7, in terms of their score lead, this is unspeakable coming in, because all the time and time again, we always see, you know, the one that's leading that actually picks up the score lead. But now Kimoi, you know, sending Rotom all the way down to top side is a 1-2 sucker punch. The MSG Team 7, they're not actually paying attention. And now MSG Team 7, they try to lead the charge right here. Looking at the ace right now, looking a bit low, but Venusaur, ooh, went down. MSG Team 7 would not be able to turn this around as Kimoi comes back from this game.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the beauty of Pokemon Unite right here. With that one big flip on that Zapdos, Kimoi managed to just turn this game around with 1 minute on the clock. MSG7 is still not out the race yet, but there goes Surrender coming in from Team Team 7, and the win going over to Kimoi, 1-0.
Not like this, ladies and gentlemen. Not like this. MSG Team 7, they're so ahead in the early mid. Sorry. Yes, they were very ahead in the early mid game, right? But it takes one Rotom fight. And MSG Team 7, one punch, another punch in the gut as well. The first punch is the Rotom, the second punch is that Zapdos.
Yeah, you guys have to remember that, that the Rotom is so strong of objective, especially moving straight right into the final stretch. Right? It's not just a moving battering ram, right? It's also a 6th player in your team. It's a distraction away from the Zapdos. So like that's what happened. Like MSG Team 7 have to manage the Rotom and they have to manage the Zapdos, and that is where, you know, Kimoi take advantage of that and stole the Zapdos off their belt and just march right straight in and just close off the game.
Man, this comeback mechanic tempo, I think they're probably also scratching heads as well. It's like, what just happened? All they know is not like just putting them in the sky constantly and constantly, even though they're not flying type, constantly getting knocked up in the air.
Right, that is the impact of Snorlax.
Yes.
Right, that heavy slam just does so much heavy duty.
Oh, yeah.
Right, coming in, big slam, CC, knock up the whole team up, and that is where the Lucario could go crazy with the extreme speed, just cleaning the whole party away, and Cinderace at the back just, you know, scoring in their face with his legs, with the soccer ball. Like that is just the beauty of a Snorlax. If you have a great Snorlax, it will bring you a long way.
Yeah, and really, I thought that the Venusaur from the side of Kimoi was a little bit distracted, attacking the Rotom slightly, but I feel like we're missing the point right here. I think it's the Telefang, you know, the chain CCs coming in, you know, timing the Unite move. They identify this is the time they pick up a fight, and they will. MSG Team 7, they are unable to, you know, come back in from this chain CCs time and time again. It's so hard, and Kimoi will just be able to dish out all the damage against them. You burst down the key targets. Remember what I was talking about from the side of MSG Team 7? You burst these key targets down, and they will lose a fight.
Yep, and knowing that, you know, Kimoi actually read the situation right. That Rotom fight really determined the game, right? That is where, you know, they would just use their Unite at that point in time. I'm not saving it for the Zapdos, because in a normal situation, normal team would save it for a Zapdos fight. But they know that is the turning point. They need that Rotom. They spam whatever they have at the point in time, took that Rotom, moved straight into the Zapdos.
Yeah, I think MSG Team 7 wasn't really expecting, you know, Kimoi activating the Unite move at that period of time, because only a madman would do that, right? You want to use the Unite move for the Zapdos, but no, Kimoi is the madman, stuffing Kimoi preserved vegetables right into their mouth, and they're gonna rush at you with all the Unite move. They take the Rotom, and it's delivering another combo.
They probably caught that at the point in time, right? Like knowing that that is the last chance to do all this. So they just threw everything when MSG was not prepared for a Unite fight at the point in time. So, you know, them preserving their Unite kind of like brought them back really a lot at that point.
Yeah, a bit of a bad decision coming out from the side of Team 7. So, but they're not out of the game yet. This is only best of 3. This is still the upper brackets. They still have a chance for one more game. As long as they keep their lead, they keep their cool, they make all these decisions, right? But Kimoi, they definitely have tempo. They won a game against Team Last, and now they won a game against Team MSG. They are the one with, you know, with the hardworking skills coming in as well. They know what they do. They practice for this practically, right? So that was a little bit of an oopsie mistake. So hopefully MSG Team 7 going to game number 2 should look to equalize that particular series.
Definitely. Knowing that MSG, right, they are not going to let this slide.
No.
They are not going to let this slide. They will be, you know, looking at what's the problem. They will fix the problem, and they will be coming back strong in game number 2. Like, you know, they are in the lead. They were leading the whole game 80% of the time. So they really have to go back and reflect what exactly happened. What was the issue right over there? How could we lose the Rotom where we got the pole position? That is the big question that MSG really have to answer. And how could we deal with that pesky Snorlax? If we could deal with that Snorlax, we are cool at the point in time.
I think they need to try to block this Snorlax from going all ham, right? Like, I really like the Mr. Mime. I think Mr. Mime is just underrated. Is it underrated?
Very underrated.
Yeah, it's quite underrated, right? I wouldn't expect that. But, blocking this Snorlax from actually jumping over the wall and then just landing, just knocking up every single member of the team, maybe that's the thing they need to do. They need someone to hold the line as well as the Snorlax, or for yourself.
Yeah, so it's just straight, right? This is what we're looking for. This is the kind of game that we are gonna look for moving straight into the semi-finals.
That's right.
Where they learn and they get to
adapt,
readjust and adapt.
Evolve.
That's right. Like, how can they pick a better composition to best their opponent? And MSG is not going to back down on this one, and it's all down to Kimoi. How are they going to hold their lead? Can they win MSG in a 2-0 clear sweep?
Yeah, MSG Team 7, I feel like, if the fact they actually surrendered a lot that point of time, I think it hurt in terms of the mentality as well, because I always identify 4 things in the esports tournament, right? You've got the micro, you've got the macro, then you've got the stamina. Because don't forget, these players has been playing since 1 PM or something.
Right.
And then there's the final one, which is the mental. The mental stamina has to be strong. They cannot get tilted. And especially when you're playing someone as mechanically difficult. I would consider Lucario mechanically difficult because you need to know when to use your extra speed. You need to be able to, extreme speed, sorry, to jump from one key target to another. Well, it's a very hard win condition, right? But what Kimoi did, they landed a nice, win condition when the Snorlax just chain CC and the Talonflame swoops all the way in, sweeping the members out of MSG Team 7. Well, hard-working ones as well, because I really respect them. They showed that, hey, you don't need to be talented, right? You don't need to have fast fingers. You don't need to have a lot of, talent. You just need a bit of micro skill, but maximize that macro, maximize the mentality, maximize the stamina. And I always feel like macro over micro, right? You read the map, you understand the map, because after all, it's still a bit of a strategy coming in. Yes, micro, they may beat you in micro, but macro is always there. It's always dead. Micro, you may have a bad day, you will not be able to execute or get the refresh of the extreme speed right, and it just oops-a-daisy, like what happened just now.
Exactly. So teams are ready right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me bring you guys straight right into Remote Stadium with game number 2, MSG Team 7 going up against Kimoi, with Kimoi leading game number 1.
Yeah, because Team MSG 7, I don't know. They have to try to relook on all of these decisions. It feels like they're going to swap it out with a Greninja in their jungle this time round, looking to scale in the late game. They do have the Lucario, but now Kimoi, they're going to be drafting the same exact draft. They don't need to be afraid. And now, like I said, even game number 1, right, bottom lane feels dead even equal. The key targets we need to look at right now from the side of both these two teams is the Score Bunny and the Greninja.
Yep, and right over here, I think Kimoi made a really interesting change right over here, taking out the Snorlax for that Wigglytuff. Knowing that your opponent's 6-piece Nuggets is really good on the Blissey, right? Knowing that Blissey would go for the safeguard, would cancel out whatever song that Wigglytuff is gonna sing. So, that is gonna be a little bit of a weird situation that Kimoi is gonna be in, but we're gonna see how this play out, because that Wigglytuff might be a little bit, will make big moves, but really make big moves around that Blissey.
Yep, as Genkai, Aya Naruko trying to be cheeky right there. Beppo hiding in the bush, providing some support. Is Genkai jumping on top of Aya Naruko right now. The Jack will be used, and now Aya Naruko needs to go all the way back, trading all the way back. He's going to jump all the way back in. Will be able to find no, Genkai actually finds him instead, busting him all the way down and allowing MSG Team 7 to pick up the beast.
Yep, that is not a really good dive coming in from the Flashling, right? Because he's trying to deny his opponent of that beast, but unable to do so. But in the process, get himself killed. That is not where you want to be, and that's not the strategy that you should be playing into such early into the game.
And of course, the same will be able to happen once again. The fake out at the same time, and now 9-piece Nuggets looking a little bit low, will be getting chased down by the side of Kimoi. The Razor Leaf will be activated, but nice PU coming out from the side of MSG Team 7, making sure that, their members are still alive for now, but Kimoi will sneak a goal for now.
Yep, I mean, take a look at this, right? That Wigglytuff being so aggressive, that's what you want to do, especially when you reach a level 4 spike. Having that Sing, just, try to take advantage of your opponent, not allowing them to get any, that Blissey. That Blissey really have to try to get into that safeguard level, or else, the team is just going to be really devastating facing against that Wigglytuff.
Yeah, Kimoi putting up so much pressure at the top side. It is going to be Mao trying to defend against 2 Pokemons. At the bottom side, like I said, still dead even. Feels like Kimoi will abandon the bottom side. They're trying to push more lead at the top. Genkai, I think he identifies it, will focus down at the bottom side. At least this time around, he's a Grand Ninja, so he does have to Water Shuriken. That's very important. So up to MSG Team 7 to scale, but unfortunately off the screen is going to be Genkai finding this Venusaur, Ivysaur right now as Kimoi, finding a way, trying to pick up the berries. It is going to be a little bit unfortunate because of Wigglytuff actually for MSG Team 7, but not letting up in terms of the pressure as people see the ace coming in already, assisting. Here comes the Cavalry trying to look for more damage against them. They take the bottom side, and now Cinder Ace reacted so well.
Well, take a look at what that Blissey did, right? Having that safeguard literally cancels off that Wigglytuff, and that really made the opponent Wigglytuff not so much, impactful in this game and things like that. So that is the power of that Blissey, but there we have Kimoi managed to just push right in the bottom lane.
Yes, Grand Ninja activating the Unite move at the same time will be bursting Imokias, looking a little bit low, but it is going to be, the double team that actually reached right into the brush. Unfortunately, will forfeit his life at the bottom side. Now, Team MSG, nice defense happening right now, but Mao is also at the bottom side, chasing after Beepo, but is Iron Miracle saying no, and now they turn this around with the help of Boba Knight to try to heal and regen with the shields.
Great save coming in from the jungle from Kimochi's side, allowing Beepo on the Cinderace to just get out of there alive. That's just, really changes things, right? Knowing that the Cinderace having the additional red and blue buff right over here, that Dreadnought is just so important, and with that Cinderace having the additional level advantage, that's where they get a little bit of upper hand against MSG Team.
Yeah, Wigglytuff activating the Unite move at the same time, tossing the members of MSG's team right in the air. Talonflames cuts the team into half. Kimoi now ripping down MSG Team 7's drop all the way up into half. Kimoi picks up the Dreadnought at the same time, and now they're gonna lead this push.
This is what Kimoi need. This is the lead that they need in the early game right here, as we're moving straight right into the mid game. And they're having so much lead against MSG Team 7. Look at the Ivysaur, it's still stuck at level 8 at this point in time. Kimoi is just leading right here, and they really have to keep up this lead, or else they're just gonna slip off this one.
Yeah, it feels like a different Kimoi already. It feels like a different preserved vegetable. MSG Team 7 on the back foot right now, but don't forget, don't count your eggs as of yet, because Kimoi is still, MSG Team 7 is still in it. Now with everyone just rotating all the way out, they're gonna give it all the way to the side of Kimoi to crack that open. In fact, they're not even allowing the Rotom to crack the first one. It is gonna be a Rotom going into the second theater, and here we go. A big team fight happening from the side of Team MSG. Kimoi tried to rotate, but it's getting Mao doing God's work, extreme speed, trying to dodge, but it's gonna be the Talonflame outplaying, picking up Mao at the same time. Team MSG, no!
Wow, what a wipe coming in from Kimoi with the Rotom unable to just go in, but Kimoi managed to just score so much points right over here, closing the top lane goalpost.
Oh my goodness, this is... Give me a vote. Give me a word. Give me a word.
Speechless. Speechless, Jace.
No, I need a word that's worse than speechless. This is a massacre, a manslaughter. Someone call the cops, because Kimoi is making MSG look so bad. They was leading in game number 1, but what happened to game number 2?
Wow, I mean, this is a totally different Kimoi coming in for game number 2.
Once again, Talonflame jump in the Unite move at the same time. Genkai tried to use the Water Shuriken to try to pick us up, but it's Iron Miracle putting up a lot of damage. Mao will be able to snipe him all the way down. The Cinder Ace dumping in, but will not be able to dish out the damage that is required, but it's going to be the Venusaur from the side of MSG Team 7. They turn this game around for now.
This is the fight that Team MSG Team 7 really need. They need to get this advantage. They need to flip this game around. Having that Lucario and that Venusaur at level 12 already, that is the kind of the level that they need. They are in equal position to get ready for their final stretch, but Kimoi already got that pole position on their Rotom right on top.
Yeah, this feels like a deja vu once again, ladies and gentlemen. Kimoi securing the top side, but MSG, they take the consolation prize in that Dreadnought, and now they equalize almost in terms of the levels. They're not too far behind, and now MSG Team 7, they're gonna play it safe. Kimoi also setting up this small little cute little ambushes as MSG 7, Team 7, just try to hold, try to defend, because their power, not say their power spike, they want to shine within the next few minutes.
Yep, I mean, Kimoi got this Rotom a little bit too early. Like with 40 seconds on the clock, that's not going to make too much of a difference coming into the final stretch. But, you know, having that a little bit of a 6-man advantage right over here could distract MSG Team 7 away from the main fight. And that is where, you know, that Venusaur is going to be a little bit sneaky on the bottom side, while the rest of the team is just going to be invading into the jungle and just try to do a little bit of a, you know, messy shenanigans against Team MSG Team 7.
Yeah, but Kimoi, they had the right idea, but execution falling a little bit short. But right now, Team MSG, they picked up what they have. They have the 50 score point, and they're going to go all the way in. Imokia still unstoppable, landing down the pedal dance at the same time. Look at the amount of shield. It is the shield that Mao had to try to break, but he won't be able to do so. In fact, he will not be able to fall, and he would not be able to secure any form of kills right now. This Venusaur looking a bit low, but look at the amount of sustain he actually do as Imokia tries to slap him all the way down. 3 members down, 4. No, make life a complete team wipe by the side of Kimoi against MSG Team 7.
Kimoi really have to take down these Zapdos as fast as possible as Team MSG is already respawning right here. Jump Head is live, Eldegoss is down, and down go the Zapdos Kimoi, and Kimoi is just going to be marching straight right into Team MSG's Team 7, and MSG has no way out of this one.
Yes, there's no way out, ladies and gentlemen. Team MSG, they need the salt, they need Ajinomoto, because Kimoi, they come in with the preserved vegetables, and there you have it, 100 more points for good measure. But no, they'll be able to take down 2 members. Would this be a convert? But I don't think anything will be happening, because all eyes at the bottom side. Would that be enough score to equalize that? Because the members of Kimoi are starting to jump all the way down with the hyper jump. Eyes on the bottom side. It is going to be Talonflame will be bursting down Genkai. Ooh, he dies. No way out for MSG Team 7 to come back from all of this.
MSG really have to try to get their plans right. 1 more minute, they still have a chance. The win is still alive for Team MSG Team 7. Look at the top side, but you know, there goes the FF, and Team MSG Team 7 just give up the win. And congratulations to Kimoi, 2-0 against Team MSG.
Kimoi, my god. Wait, it's not kimchi. It's
Kimoi.
I omitted the O. I was like, yep, eat the O away. But good play coming out of Kimchi. Good play coming out from Kimoi once again. They were struggling in game number 1. They got back at the final stretch. They win in such a landslide. I'm gonna take a word away from Moonboy right here. In game number 2, to the point that MSG Team 7, they were like, they're gonna nope it all the way out. It's painful for MSG Team 7, especially going into round number 3.
Yeah, it's really painful to watch, and Kimoi coming in game number 2 looking really different compared to game number 1. They had that momentum going, they had, you know, everything just worked out so well for them. So, you know, props to Kimoi, you know, coming in stronger in game number 2, taking home the win, taking home the series, and they will be moving straight into the winners bracket semi-finals against Pokehana next round.
I think there's a round 4, but I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. The point being, they're moving up in the upper brackets. Unfortunately, MSG Team 7 will fall into the lower brackets, but like I said, don't count them out just yet. They put up a good fight, especially early game. They just need to rinse and repeat. I feel like this Talonflame answer over to the side of Lucarios are very, very important going in. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a short break, because don't go away. We'll come back with even more nutty games for you. So don't go away.
Stop wasting time on sharing reviews on social media without being recognized by the brand you support. Atme mobile app is a social media e-commerce platform that values consumers' reviews and recommendations with loyalty rewards for products and services you care about. Our in-app integrated news feed allows consumers to see recommendations based on their On the review page, consumers can explore and participate in campaigns by creating creative content reviews of their favorite brands, pack the products that they recommend, and enjoy the satisfaction that comes from becoming co-creators of brand values. We value each reviews and recommendations with loyalty points that can be applied towards their next purchase or be converted into cash rewards. Consumers, you hold the key to a brand's growth and reputation. Your trust, enthusiasm, and patronage should be appreciated and rewarded. Be part of Atme's word-of-mouth movement now. Share the good, good to share.
I want to extend our warmest welcome to you on behalf of Apple and on behalf of Kimoi.
What if I told you a mouse was designed by a YouTuber? Probably just a cash grab, right? But what if I told you that YouTuber built their channel on reviewing mice? Has over 250 gaming mice in his house, 150 mouse reviews on the channel, and over 22 years experience in first-person shooters. Yeah, this isn't a cash grab. This is about taking mice to that next step. I started the Rocket Jump Ninja YouTube channel because I realized I aimed better with certain mice. And others did too. Mice have come a long way in that time. Performance is amazing, but there's still one thing that's being neglected. And when it comes to aim, shape is king. I've spent the last year testing my theories on design, and my aim has never been better. So here it is. My experience, my creation. The Xtrfy MZ1, Zeiss Rail.
Stop wasting time on sharing reviews on social media without being recognized by the brand you support. Atme mobile app is a social media e-commerce platform that values consumers' reviews and recommendations with loyalty rewards for products and services you care about. Our in-app integrated news feed allows consumers to see recommendations based on their interests and be inspired by good buys shared by other users in the community. On the review page, consumers can explore and participate in campaigns by creating creative content reviews of their favorite brands, pack the products that they recommend, and enjoy the satisfaction that comes from becoming co-creators of brand values. We value each reviews and recommendations with loyalty points that can be applied towards their next purchase or be converted into cash rewards. Consumers, your trust, enthusiasm, and patronage should be appreciated and rewarded. Be part of Atme's
I want to extend our warmest welcome to you on behalf of Apple and on behalf of M1.
Well, hello trainers, welcome back to Pokemon Unite, Trainers Unite, brought to you guys by Game.gg, supported by Acme Professional Lighting, Bell's Academy Group, Build Tech Solutions, XL Games, M1, Monster Cat, Mountain Dew, Osin, Scorpio Electric, Share, Umi Sushi, and Atme. Without you guys, this event wouldn't be possible. My name is Moonboy, and I'm joined by Jace today, which, you know, we have a long day for you guys, and we're moving straight closer and closer to the semifinals, bro. I just can't. I'm so excited.
You know, but we had a very long extended break, so thank you very much for your patience. But it is still going to be best of 3 going into NL versus the Who. And now, don't forget, going into the semifinals, we'll be doing it in a best of 5. Once again, just a bit of a repeat on the rules just a little bit. It is going to be a best of 3, double elimination. This is still the upper bracket. We'll be sending teams all the way down to the lower bracket. We've already sent some of them down in the stream as well. You saw Exhibit A team last, and of course MSG Team 7, they'll be duking it out at the lower brackets. Lower brackets becomes like a single elimination round, so it's a little bit scary. But okay, sorry, that is NL versus Spokimane.
Spokimane. Yep, so you know, we are moving straight right into round number 4 before the semi-finals. So it's still gonna be a best of 3 coming in from NL and Spokimane. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the game is ready. Let's just jump right into the remote stadium rivalry with NL going up against Spokimane.
Yep, so the question will be, will Spokimane retain that supremacy that we saw in the first series of the day? But ooh, NL going in Rebongs. I'm glad that at least, you know, Rebongs came with a better name this time.
Right, ML coming in with a really strong composition, right? This is like the composition to go in this current meta. But however, you know, coming in with Spokimane, we got that best bro once again in the bottom side on Spokimane side. So that is something that interesting coming in from Spokimane.
Oh, nice pick up right there. It's going to be a cannibalism happening at the bottom side. The Elder Gods will kill the Elder Gods. But at the bottom side, like I said, it still feels like a very even fight, but no, they're starting to find this equal. The slow poke, still not a bro yet, will be able to dish out the damage against NL.
Yep, Ice Destiny on the slow poke this time is dealing so much damage. Look at his second kill going over to Ice Destiny, taking down that Chansey in the meantime. I mean, Ice Destiny already a slow bro. He's ready to be a bro to take on and support that Venusaur in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we're seeing a mirror jungle right there, right? It's going to be a mirror top side at the same time. The Absol and the Lucario going up against the Absol and the Lucario. But don't forget, the Rebong is well known for his Absol damage. Just take a look, just focusing on top of Sana right here. It is going to be Acrylic finding the Absol. It's going to be Absol versus Absol. Rebong will regain that title.
Right, Rebong a top 50 global Absol right here, you know, demonstrating his moves in front of everyone and on the top side. But on the other hand, on Spokimane side, Kamir is also one of the top players on the Lucario. So he's probably one of the top 50, top 100 in the global rankings. So he is also not a Lucario to be messing with in this matchup.
Yeah, tough matchup for both these two teams. Spokimane, the best, one of the better preferred Lucario. But you know, NL has the preferred answer, but don't forget Wraith as well. I believe the chat has been chanting hashtag free Wraith. I mean, can someone like explain to the casters, because we're a little bit confused right there. Why do we need to free him? Because he's already free, literally rotating around and farming out of control.
Yeah, speaking of Wraith, you know, he's a really excellent Venusaur coming in. We have seen it in previous tournament as well. You know, Wraith is just a machine on that Venusaur, because as long as he gets that support from his teammates, you know, he is just going to be a forefront of the team, as he's just going to be dishing so much damage against his opponent.
Yep, it is going to be Rebongs will fall for this time around. Kamiru just baiting Rebongs right into the naughty corner, putting him in finally all the way down. Both these two teams, they're not letting up in terms of the pressure. The first objective will spawn at the bottom, not just top and the bottom side, right? Because the Rotom and the Dreadnought is starting to come online already. NL leading the charge, Rebong as well will not be able to catch someone. Okay, scrap that. They catch two members from the side of Spokimane, so they should have some priority at the bottom side.
Yep, that is the lead, the NL lead. They already have a good opening for the Dreadnought. Look at the speed that they're clearing that Dreadnought. It's just too fast to be handled by Spokimane, and the Dreadnought is going straight into NL's pocket, and they will be rotating top for their Rotom.
Man, Spokimane is already in the area at the same time, accurately dishing us some damage. The Sana will be able to dodge, but Kamiru will be able to catch him all the way in. This is going to be a very confusing match. Both these two teams put up such a good performance in terms of their preferred Pokemon, and now with NL as well, Pokimane a little bit distracted by this Ivysaur at the bottom side, they will try to make a dunk.
Yep, so Spokimane over here, you know, the wild card right here is definitely going to be that Slowbro, right? That Slowbro is going to be doing so much changes and so much CC coming in from NL. So they really have to try to play around that Slowbro, because it's just too annoying to be dealing with. That CC is not where you want to be.
Ooh, look at the moves coming up from Rebong. It's just way too much, but he will get cancelled by Kamiru. Bow down, Rebong, because Spokimane is here to stay, and they will rotate over to the Rotom after taking more hoops.
Top 50 Lucario like that, ladies and gentlemen. Kamiru on that Lucario, instead of going for the extreme speed, he went for the power up punch, and that is where he want to be. Get that Rebong, catch Rebong off guard, and the whole team is just going to be zone him down just like that. Tier 1 turret going down by by Spokimane.
Yes, Ice Destiny setting it all the way up. Rive tried to beat. It is going to be hashtag free rebound. Destiny will be able to lock him all the way down. And now the Venusaur Dream Jing Beat will be starting in the chase. But Rive still unable to dish out the damage. They will trade for now. In terms of the score, still not too far apart.
Yep, Spokimane have to maintain the lead. They have to like try to protect that bottom tier 1 goal post, and not forgetting Dreadnought is coming live at 10 seconds time. This is going to gain level advantage whoever took the Dreadnought. So this is going to be crucial coming in from both teams.
Man, okay, finally someone from the chat actually responded. Sean, thank you very much for telling us. It is, in fact, Reborn doesn't allow Ray to play anything else but that Venusaur. But I mean, it's Metasaur, right? So it's a very powerful Pokemon that I believe NL would want their hands upon, but Spokimane will secure the Dreadnought for themselves, and NL just look at Rice all the way at the top side, just trying to hope to get some XP, trying to sneak even more, because I feel like NL, they're playing in a slight back foot right now.
Yep, I mean, NL is just trying to get a few sneaky dunks here and there, try to catch Spokimane off guard. Like, take a look at the point department right over here. NL is leading in terms of the points, but Spokimane is leading in terms of level. As we said, the ultimate goal of the game is to win by points, not levels.
Oh, nice zoning up coming Ray. Ray going all the way down will be able to slap the enemy Absol all the way down into the ground. Kamiru will find himself a little bit awkward right there. Decides to jump all the way in. Nice juke coming in, but it's going to be Rave still chasing it all the way down. Spokimane. Ooh, now here comes Jim Bean knocking the members of NL all the way out, and they will turn this all the way around. It is going to be Rive going up against 1v4. He is still alive. Holy moly, this guy is illegal on this Venusaur. He will finally fall, but he will take the Lucario along for the ride.
Bro, now we understand why is Wraith not allowed off
Free
that
Wraith.
Venusaur. He's a monster on that Pokemon, and he just displayed that in front of our eyes. And there we have NL taking over the Rotom, and it's just going to be marching straight right into Pokemon's turrets.
Yeah, NL, nice steal, however, but nice defense coming up from Spokimane. They're not letting this up just yet. Only 100 score lead right now. It's not a very comfortable lead that Spokimane wants to be in, but in terms of like what you said, Moonboy, in terms of the level department, it still seems like NL is still leading in all because this Rife has been sneaking around farm all across the board. He knows he doesn't need to fight. He just allowed the members of NL to just, pick off one member at a time, but Acrylic will be the second person, sorry, the first person to get picked up by the side of NL.
Wow, being caught off guard just like that is not where you want to be. And look at the Venusaur already at level 13 right now. Is just leading the team. And Kamiru just taking down opponent's Lucario with his ultimate. At this point in time, popping a Unite, is it the best move to be doing right now?
I mean, it's a Pokemon, it's a Unite move for absolutely nothing, I would say. Kamiru will finally fall in the hands of Rebongs, but now, with 22 seconds in the clock for the final stretch, it is up to Spokimane to secure the Zapdos area. NL already lying in the wait. Wraith at level 14, all eyes on him. This is the Venusaur that is at level 14, as compared to Spokimane's Venusaur, only level 12.
Yes, exactly. So here, NL really chased Spokimane away from pole position for that Zapdos. They are in position, they got that right spot. How could Spokimane come in and take away this position? It's all down to this fight.
All down to this fight, indeed, Moonboy. It is going to be Rave scouting all the way out, but he's going to get bound by the Slowbro. And Venusaur will be no more for this world as Rebongs tried to rip off with the Unite move at the same time. Feels like both these two teams, they're not actually trying to take the Zapdos, but now Spokimane regaining dominance in terms of the Zapdos pit. Rebongs tries to outplay with the Unite move, but that won't be enough because Spokimane will be able to take him down and perhaps take this Zapdos away. But here comes the Kamiru, but it is going to be Pokemon that managed to secure their own Zapdos. And now with Drink Jim Bean, he is level 14 too, and he wants to score, walking right onto the hoop, giving 100 score. Ladies and gentlemen, NL defense starts to crumble.
Well, it's not over for NL yet. They still have the points. They still have that level lead. They could still move straight right into Spokimane's goalpost right there to just score a little bit, to just keep it up. It's all down to the defense right here for Spokimane. Could they keep NL away from their goalpost? Wraith is already on that level 14. It's just too unstoppable. It's unstoppable at this point in time.
Yeah, hashtag free Wraith indeed, ladies and gentlemen. NL still leading the charge right now, but Spokimane is glad to receive him with open arms, attempting to free him and put him back into their base. Ladies and gentlemen, as the 30-second goal all the the way down. Look at the amount she was going in, ladies and gentlemen. There is no way for the side of NL to be able to turn this around because the score lead is still in the favor. Smokey May manages to sneak off another score, putting that score all the way to 300. Yes, this may seem a little bit too far apart, but look at NL still in the fight right now as Smokey May. Oh, he is starting to come in all the way out and bust down a member of NL.
Wow, big fight coming in from Spooky Main. Good, really good, timing coming in, and Lucario doing what Lucario does best. Steal that Zapdos, steals objective, and that is what Kamiru did, and they really brought that Lucario to that level. Do what it's supposed to do, get that Zapdos, get that win. Easy game.
My dude. NL put up a very great fight as well. You see, no wonder Wraith is like constantly getting targeted on the chat right there, At this stage, I don't see him playing any other Pokemon but there's Venusaur, so he's gonna be cemented right in the mind. And don't forget, it is also for the side of Pokemon, right? The Slowbro just locking down Ray at that particular last team fight. Ray decides to charge in recklessly into that bush, probably just gave away that team fight.
Exactly, like this is how team fight is supposed to be, right? Get the priority target.
Yep.
Get Wraith, get Reborn. With those two Pokemon out, NL is basically like, helpless at the point. Having their support Pokemon, they can't do anything all by themselves. And that is what Spooky Main did. They targeted Wraith, going with the Slowbro, catch him up and just put him down. And aiming Reborn next, and then after that going for the Lucario, and they just got that sweep, got that Zapdos, got that win. Congratulations to Spooky Main.
Yep, so NL going in for a more of a team fight based composition. They tried to fight, but no, Spooky Main pick up a pick composition. Therefore, we'll be able to pick the member from NL one at a time, and then they just burst him all the way down. Yes, Reborn comes in with the Absol. He did a lot of good work against Spooky Main, but at a period of time, you even saw Spooky Main's Venusaur is a little bit stunted in terms of the growth, but they held their ground and they grabbed it all the way back. The score was almost dead even at one time, but just one Zapdos fight, and just because that Venusaur from the side of NL decides to walk all the way in to explore the grass, yeah,
so I believe Spooky Main coming in, they have the stronger macro game. Yeah, in a sense, right? Like, getting good position, getting good timing, even though they are losing in levels, right? Even though Raid managed to just steal every single farm on their side of the map, they managed to just turn this around, work together as a team, get the right target, and I believe the wildcard over here, as I said at the start of game, is that Slowbro. So that Slowbro, when the best bro is at work, he gives you the bro treatment, man. He gives you the win.
Yeah,
and that's what bro does.
Give you the bro treatment. He pays for your food and pays for your stuff like that. He's the best bro. He practically, I would say, delivered the win over to NL, especially locking down key targets. Because remember, we said this before. An Absol that's not moving is a dead Absol. It's a dead Absol. You use the Slowbro to lock down this telekinesis. It's a very long stun. That feels like 3 million years of CC. And when you awake from 3 million years, you're probably dead, and the rest of your team is probably dead by then.
Exactly, so that's the power of the Slowbro, right? But the only downside is that it stuns himself at the point in time. So that is where the rest of the team really covers that Slowbro really well. And that is a good display of how you should use Slowbro in a team kind of format. And not forgetting, NL is running a really standard kind of composition. So that being said, it's gonna be easily exploited by Spooky Main, which they did with just one single Pokemon. Slowbro.
Slowbro, the best bro. Spooky Main probability that the Slowbro has been providing has been instrumental, because you're fighting a Lucario, Lucario user that's quite good as well. So maybe you want to swap it around. Remember Kimochi, they know they're going up with a Lucario that's quite scary as well. They instantly swap it all the way into a Talonflame and it worked wonders.
Yeah, that is also possible, right? But when it comes to a Talonflame, and you know that Kamiru is on that Lucario, and he went for Power Punch instead of Extreme Speed for that previous game. So, knowing that, maybe, the flex spot, they have to keep the Lucario to keep that pressure on the top lane. But I think maybe the flex spot is definitely going to be that Blissey, right? The Snorlax might make a difference.
Oh yes, the Snorlax onslaught will go in as we're going to head back right into game number 2, back to Remote Stadium. It is Spooky Main currently in the lead right now. NL no changes in terms of the draft. We're still seeing the best bro, and both these two teams still sticking to their guns.
Yep, it's gonna be similar lineup once again from game number 1, exact same lineup. So the key piece is still definitely gonna be slow bro. How the slow bro is gonna be mattering in this particular matchup, and it's all also down to that top lane, right? Like, could Kamiru stop his opponent Lucario from scaling any further?
Yep, if you notice, NL actually skipped the two A-Palms right there, right? They tried to gain some map dominance, but Spokymane is already there to fend them all the way off, and now NL has to fight with a level difference. This is not exactly where you want to be, in my opinion, but it is up to, you know, both these two jungles, right? They're definitely going to try to gank top side to help, you know, they're both respective Lucario to gain these map dominance at the top side, so hopefully that will be happening. In fact, no, they're actually doing it right now.
Yep, you know, coming in the top side, we got Rebong and Acrylic on the Absol as well. Both really good Absol player. We have seen Acrylic, you know, moving really smoothly with the Absol, but it's all down to micro plays at this point in time. Which players have the best micro? Which player is going to win the lane?
Yeah, not a lot of information being given out to both these two teams. If you notice, the Absols just hiding in the bush right there. It's up to one person to make the first mistake as they wait for this beast, and they're gonna collapse. It is Acrylic receiving a bulk of the damage right now. Will get targeted by Rebongs, and now this is gonna be a second kill going over to NL.
Wow, Rebong in the action right there. Like, that's just movement. Look at the amount of damage, look at the amount of crit coming from the Absol, and that is how dangerous the Absol could be in the early games. And you know, that fight over there might be a little bit of slip off of Spokymane, and that's where Rebong wanted to be. Rebong has that level advantage, and that's where he gains the upper hand.
But speaking about Rebong, he's also here at the bottom side, cleaning up members of Spokymane as well, allowing NL to score. Snowbro comes in with a serve at the same time. Eject will be called. Giga Drain activated at the same time. Leaf Hurricane tried to slow down the members of Spokymane, tried to slow them down in terms of catching. So lots of pew going into the side of NL already, and they disengage.
Yep, so you know, all ice is gonna be on 7 minutes, right? Where the Dreadnought and the Rotom spawns, and that is gonna be making a lot of difference coming in from both teams. And down goes Kamiru to Sana, and that is a misslip coming in, but Acrylic might be able to just save the day.
Yep, Acrylic coming in for the revenge kill right here. He does it, but nice juke coming out of Sana right now. I think he wants to contest to be one of the better Lucarios in the game right now, and this is something that he will be able to tell his grandkids, right?
Yep, like, you know, grandkids, I killed Kamiru on the Lucario, and I'm better than him. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, you're on the deathbed, and like, you know, come closer. I have something important to tell you. It's not about the gold, but speaking about the gold, it is going to be NL engaging this fight right now. Lucario from the side of Spokymane will fall at the top side. It is going to be NL outputting enough damage. Snowbro tried to slow them all the way down, but Rise is still alive at the same time. Goes into the pedal dance as well. Bind whip for good measure, but it is the bro that will go down.
Oh, the bro is taking it for the team right over here, but you know, not enough levels, right? Spokymane is really behind on levels right here, and they really have to try to catch up on the level department. Unable to get the Dreadnought, and they're just losing behind once again. But we have seen in game number 1, early game, you know, losing the level is okay in a sense, right? As long as during the mid to late game they catch up, it's all fine for Spokymane.
Yep, and of course, you know, top side will get taken down by the side of Spokymane as well, sending the Rotom for good measure. It is going to be NL on the defense at the top side, whereas bottom side, it is, you know, NL dominating. It is also going to be Spokymane rotating, 5-man ganking poor little Rive right there. Hashtag free Rive, spam it in the chat right now.
Yeah, they have to take out Rive. Rive is a problem, and they know about it. They need 5 men to take out one Venusaur. Ultimate popping out by Rive itself. I don't think Rive should be walking out of this alive.
No, don't count your don't count him out right. Yeah, Rive is still alive as well. Will be able to Giga Drain, chasing after Kamiru. Kamiru throws the bone, will not be able to follow up as Rive is still leading on an onslaught. You need more than 5 to take down this little guy.
The support is there. Rive on the Venusaur is moving like a truck, ladies and gentlemen, with an Eldegoss and a Blizz side for 40 points as well. Right here, NL is just leading. Spokymane really have to find ways to just play catch up.
Yeah. Right, showing Venusaur down to ground. We know who to blame. This guy that was centering on the screen right now. you are the one who will destroy the Metasaur.
As hashtag free Rive, guys. Hashtag free Rive. And there we have Kamiru. Might be a little bit of a tough spot right there as well. 3v1 get clamped down by Rive. Rive is just a machine for NL.
Man, even if NL lost, right, my eyes are blessed with Rive because he is utterly unstoppable. It's giving so much problem over to Pokimane. They tried to target him down, but they won't be able to find it. Dream Team will be able to find it, but it's going to be the ultimate coming out from the rebounds. We'll be able to take down the enemy Venusaur right now. It is going to be NL continuing to take down Pokimane one after another as NL. The damage is overwhelming. They convert onto the Dreadnought.
Drop that Dreadnought, Pokimane. Move your attention all the way to the Rotom, and that is what Pokimane is doing. Get that Rotom, points wins game, ladies and gentlemen. Get the Rotom, get as much points in, and get that lead that you need.
Dream Jinbei once again proving himself to be the inferior one. The Venusaur from NL is just unstoppable. Look at him stomping, look at him chomping, look at him dancing. He is unfazed. You Pokimane need another member just to try to take him down. No, I don't think 5-man is enough. NL with this guy could possibly 1v9.
Well, Pokimane is not out of the game yet. 350 is to 155. 200 points different is not too hard to achieve in Pokemon Unite. But the biggest problem is definitely going to be Wraith on that Venusaur. Could they stop him? They have to stop him.
Oh yes, they did! The Snow
They
Bro!
stopped him!
The Snow Bro delivers. Pokimane targets Wraith all the way down. 5-man with the help of Snow Bro. There's no Giga Drain. There's no Petal Dance being able to. There's no Pokemon Unite move coming up from NL that will be able to save him. Pokimane once again, Eyes Destiny making the plays to deliver Pokimane that victory. Now, with 1 minute and around 1 minute more to the final stretch as of now, nothing to be done around the max. Both of these two teams decide to go around and farm, and it seems like NL, they're looking to set up and catch at least one person.
Yep, they have to farm back their Unite at this point in time, right? Get as much farm as possible, get the level, get the Unite recharge, and get ready for the big Zapdos fight, because in 22 seconds, that Dreadnought is going to be live, and I think NL got their eyes on the Dreadnought, and they will be in well position for it.
Yeah, they do have the eyes on that Dreadnought as well as Pokimane. I don't believe there's a Rotom all the way up top. He's trying to look for some sneak dunks as well. They're going to trade objectives for objectives. I think Pokimane needs to score more, whereas NL, you know, picking up this Dreadnought before the game will be very crucial, giving them XP, giving them additional shields, as Pokimane decides to equalize the score for now, but don't count them out just yet. Coming up next is that Rotom. You can see NL rotating all the way down, Wraith all the way back to the defense. It is up to Pokimane to set it up.
7 seconds for the Rotom. I don't think it's going to be a Rotom speedrun coming in from both teams, as NL already have a good position on that Zapdos. Pokimane really have to react to this one as it goes right straight to the choke, and I think it's going to be a big Zapdos run right here.
And the final stretch is here. Pokimane looking for some entrance. They will not be able. Rebounds will be the one defending all the way, and right coming in all the way. Elder Gods coming up for Pokimane. The Swerve knocking out the members of NL, but NL, look at the amount of shields that Rive will be able to output. The battle dance, the bigger one. Just take a look at that blue circle. Rive spreads love and damage and petals. Oh,
so much havoc in Remote Stadium. Down goes the Zapdos to NL. Rive, I'm so sorry, you're gonna be unable to get free for this one.
My dude, this dude is a one-trick Metasaur. I don't care what's gonna happen next, and I'm just gonna call it all the way out, scoring even more, pushing the lead even further, and now Rive going in a 1v3 right now. It takes one telekinesis to take Rive down, but he's still a little bit okay. Does a lot of appeal as well, creates so much space. 3-man versus 1, and now Pokimane will rotate all the way up to the top, but look at the score. It's 500 score. It's not enough score in the pocket of Pokimane to try to score, and ladies and gentlemen, NL looking very poised to equalize the series.
40 more seconds on the clock. Is not out for Pokimane yet. As long as the clock is ticking, you're not dead. So no, Pokimane is still trying to keep this alive. Drink Jim Beam trying to go for the dunk as well. But I think this might be possible, but unable to get 500 points just like that.
I don't think they have enough time to take 500 points. Let's take a look. NL just jumping on top of Spokymane one after another. Rife is already up and alive. He's trying to look for the inferior Venusaur as Jimpy desperately fight for his life. He will get Bind Slam slapped right into the ground with the help of Absol, and NL leading, equalizing this particular series, giving Spokymane the weird confusion. How?
Wow, we're moving straight to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Right on that Venusaur.
Man,
Stop that man. Stop that man.
I feel like my career's over. I can retire in safety right now because Rife just absolutely crazy on this Venusaur.
He's a machine. He's a machine. I mean, props to the
Divine.
props to the support as well, right? Big shout out to the support. You know, they are the one keeping Rife alive.
Yeah.
But dude, that man on the Venusaur, he's trapped. He's trapped on that Pokemon, guys. Hashtag free Rife is not gonna work because he's just that good.
Yes, it is illegal. Someone just arrest him if he decides to think about picking up another Pokemon. Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look at this, right? Rebong being one of the best Absol, but you know, Rife
I think Rife.
putting that show up there. Yeah, but you know, overall NL is running really well together like a machine. Every person is a gear. Every person has a role to play. They played it really well. And you know, it's down to the final game. It's down to the final line. NL versus Pokimane. It's just anybody's game at this point in time.
This became a best of one already. NL taking game number 2, Spokymane take game number 1. This is gonna be tight, and ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the first best of 3 for what we have for today. In fact, I'm really excited for semi-finals as well because, my god, NL put up an absolutely good fight, and I would say it takes NL's one mistake to take him down in game number 1. I agree. Spokymane did the right call right there to just exhaust all their Unite moves. But NL though, I gotta say, I'm excited for this team.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, enough of this nonsense. Let me just bring you straight right into game number 3, the final game of round number 4, NL versus Pokimane. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we call Pokemon Unite.
Yes, trainers, unite, ladies and gentlemen. Brought to you by Game.gg. Pokemon fans, Pokemon trainers all across the world. I don't care where you are. Look at this Pokemon.
Who's that Pokemon? Ladies and gentlemen, they're still sticking with this same composition coming in. It's gonna be head to head. It's gonna be, would it be Deja Vu coming from game number 1 or game number 2? We don't know, but it's all down to NL versus Pokimane.
Yep. Slowbro needs to pick up a good fight just to stun lockdown Rain. I feel like Rebong's not the problem right now. It is going to be this guy. It is going to be, that Absol Rebong's actually solidly helping on the top side, but he's actually receiving a little bit of problem as well. Spokymane dished, right, a little bit low. Finally, Slowbro, he delivers.
Yep, you got to control Rife. You know Rife is a problem. You know Rife is a threat. Control him. Don't let him do any shenanigans. You know, make him a Bulbasaur, you know, stuck in the Bulbasaur stage. That is where we want to be. Bully Rife as much as possible, and at the same time, take a little bit of lookout for Rebongs.
Yep, Rebongs need to make some plays right there. I feel like Sana is having a little bit of trouble going up against Spokymane because don't forget Kamiru does pack a punch as well. Not only just a punch, right? It's a bone at the same time. But here we go. The Beast will get contested right now. It is going to be Kamiru looking a little bit low right now. Rebongs will be able to pounce on top of him. It is going to be a fight happening right underneath the hook. Spokymane would not hold.
Once again, Rebong doing his magic right there, but Rife going straight right into the jungle, taking the crawfish out, trying to get a little bit of level. He needs to get into that the Ivysaur as much as possible to keep up to Spokymane. And as of right now, Rebong's just moving straight right to the bottom lane.
Yep, if you notice, it is Dream Jim Bean that is in the lead with XP. It is very crucial for, you know, the members of Balloon as well as Sana to actually help NL to basically scale into this Ivysaur, and now with Spokymane, they're not letting up pressure at the same time, ganking the bottom side. Poor little Rife will force to back off.
Yep, Rife is unable to do anything just by himself while his opponent has been scaling so hard right now, and I believe the rest of the team really have to help Rife to get at least to an Ivysaur. And right here, Spokymane is just feasting on every single Pokemon on the bottom side of the map.
Yep, nice kill coming out from Spookyman right now, exhausting the farm of NL. NL will walk into a very empty jungle, and now NL, I think they have to trade the top side instead. If you notice, it is also Rive actually farming the mid lane part of it already, and Spokymane just leading the charge at the bottom side, dunking a lot of points, and this may hurt NL, especially in the early game.
Yep, Spokymane also at the same time have to control that Dreadnought, not allowing NL to get any form or additional EXP at this point in time. Control the board, control your player, control your opponent, and that is what Spokymane is trying to do, and it's all down to the Dreadnought if they could get a Dreadnought for themselves.
I think Spokymane would definitely take the Dreadnought, and L would just give it all the way up. Let Rice scale. That's basically what the game right now. Look, just take a look. Spokymane controlling the bottom side, whereas NL controls the top, trading objectives like a pro right now.
Yep, as Pokemon recall after taking down that Dreadnought, immediately going straight right into the top side to stop that Rotom from doing its shenanigans, while the rest of Pokemon have to continue to farm and not at the same time not allowing NL to do anything else, because right now NL is catching up and they're really behind Pokemon's tail.
Yep, level 7 is that NL Ivysaur companion as Spokymane level 8, but it's still gonna be Ice Destiny to set it all the way up, right? If Ice Destiny were to be able to catch one person right now, but speaking about catching up, it is gonna be NL collapsing on top of Spokymane. Raybong's going in the ultimate form, both of them trading Unite moves at the same time. Ice Destiny tried to slow, tried to stun, but here comes the serve at the same time. Blissey, as well as Eldegoff on the side for NL, still putting up a lot of heal, but it is going to be Blissey finally slapping on top of Spokymane, and now Ice Destiny is still not out of fight just yet. It is still the Ivysaur from the side of NL, nowhere to be seen, and Spokymane should be able to pick up NL right now. NL desperately buying time as, you know, they wait for the key members to farm up.
Yep, that might be the turn that NL need. That might be a little bit of breaking of momentum, you know, to Spokymane. They really have to try to keep up from this one, but look at the point. NL is not too far off Spokymane at this point in time, and on the level department as well, they are not too far off. So they really have to try to keep up, maintain this, you know, catch up, and just wait for the final stretch, get the Zapdos, and get the lead against your opponent.
Yes, most important thing is NL cannot lose too much objective. Both these two teams trading. You take bot, I take top. You take top, I take bot. They're always on the opposite sides, yin and yang. But now finally they're going to converge at the bottom side. Both these two teams suddenly decide to sync up at the bottom side. Instead, in terms of the XP lead, it is still in the favor of Spokymane, I would say. But NL though, you don't count them out. Eldegoss instead, that's the wrong target. And now here comes the Unite. Oh, but no, he finally catch right as well. It was going to be the side of Spokymane shutting down this Venusaur, as now NL is deleted from this team fight.
Wow, Spokymane machine, you know, working together hand in hand, and that is how they took down the team, took down NL, take down the Dreadnought, and rotating immediately straight right to the top lane and get that Rotom, get that push that you need on the top side and gain back that lead.
Kaimuru may find himself in the trouble. Naiju going in, but it's going to be the Absol sticking onto him. Will be able to take him finally down. And now Spokymane still currently in the lead. Not only just in the cold department, but it's also in the XP department and these objectives. Taking out Dreadnought, taking out Rotoms. Yes, NL was able to successfully trade, but for how long?
Yep, so it's all down. It's still neck to neck at this point in time. Both teams have to get their unites up, get their levels up, and get ready for that 2-minute mark. We're 2 minutes away from their final stretch. We are gonna see another set of objective coming in before that Zapdos. So it's still gonna be head to head, but Spokymane is still holding so many points in their pocket. All they have to do is just get that, just to translate it to points.
Oh, now Spokymane will be able to find right at the bottom side. No support coming out from NL. Will explode, use the Unite move, taking down someone for them side. I think Spokymane has found a reason, or not say found a reason, found an answer to this ride. You know, just finding him as he's trying to farm your side of the map. He's overextended, by the way. Let's just collapse on top of him. That's what Spokymane did wonderfully, as it's going to be 1 minute away from the final stretch, and that's where the end game starts. Goal, still not too far apart, 40 points apart, but anything could change within the next 1 minute.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. The end is near, and it's gonna be head to head. It's gonna be an intense fight coming in. We know it, we smell it, and we know that it's gonna be happening as the Dreadnought is going live in about 15 more seconds as both teams gets ready in the bottom side to clash it off.
Oh, this is not how NL decides to get ready. Will lose the Blissey all the way up at the bottom side. It is going to be Spokymane leading in terms of this map dominance, and NL desperately trying to find for key objectives and desperately try to find farm. They just need to get the XP, they just need to get as much damage as possible, but Smoky Main, I don't know, they taking the Dreadnought may cost an L.
Yep, run straight right to the top side. Their Rotom is the next objective going on live right here. NL has full pole position into the Rotom as Spooky Main goes right in to challenge it off.
Raybong jumping all the way in. It's Gamiru will be able to juke the members of NL all the way up. They touch and they go. They delayed NL, and I think that is a wonderful win already. As long as Pokemon will be able to defend this Rotom away, but this Rotom will be able to secure by the side of NL. Pokemon expanding all the Unite move as well as Rive leading in the charge. But Pokemon, they do have healthy health bars as NL gets melted down. Pokemon leading the charge towards the Zapdos.
Yes, take that Zapdos, close off the game. Spooky Main, that is what they need. Got the Zapdos and they will be marching straight right into NL's goal. And 50 on each Pokemon, that's gonna be so devastating to NL, and that's the lead that they want to have.
That is the lead they want, and they desperately fight for. The Zapdos duck is so impactful. Smoky Main, they on snuff as Rebounds they try to look for a counter dunk right now. The members of NL, they're just gonna rush it all the way in. Just take a look at the numbers of scores they have. They do have quite a bit, but trying to dunk, maybe with this enough, I'm not too sure though, because this is still not a very comfortable lead that NL wants to be. Now, only 1 minute left in the clock. Smoky Main will be able to fight right at their own side. They will be able to jump on top of it, but it is going to be NL trying to drop Pokemon all the way like flies. They will be able to pick up the members of side of Pokemon, but it's going to be the Unite move coming up the Absol as well, picking up 2 members on the side of NL. And ladies and gentlemen, look at both these two teams trying to fight it all the way, and they take a score all the way from Pokemon as they dunk, and they come back in the last 40 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is completely unheard of.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your turnaround of the century. NL pushing it aggressively, turning the points over to 100 points lead. That is what a team is all about. That is pure macro play coming in from NL, knowing the cooldown and knowing the respawn of Pokemon, and just took advantage of that, ladies and gentlemen. NL 913 against 777 Spooky Main.
NL, they came back from the dead and they scored, and now NL, what a comeback!
Wow, wow. Jace, I'm just speechless coming off that
Speechless.
one.
No,
NL playing it so well.
They came back from the dead. The nail has been nailed right into the coffin of NL. The words are carved in it already, and they just like pop. Their hands come all the way up, and they clawed at that last team fight all the way back to victory.
Oh my god, I'm speechless at the point in time, right? We know, right? Knowing that, you know, Spooky Main already got the Zapdos.
Yes.
They won their fight at the Rotom. You know, they dash in, they put themselves at 700 points. But guess what? Zapdos isn't everything.
Everything. Stars align, you know, planets align, all 9 of them including Pluto. Yes, Pluto is not part of planets anymore, but the point is they're all aligned for Pokemon. They have this one straight goal to go all the way into the victory, but no. NL comes in with a comet, just destroying the whole solar system for the side Pokemon, and there's absolutely nothing left. NL, GG, well played over to it, and now we gotta go into the break, man, because that's absolutely crazy.
Oh, but before we go to break, guys, right, you know, do stay tuned because we got a really awesome semi-final for you guys. We will be back with the semi-finals.
just a cash grab, right? But what if I told you that YouTuber built their channel on reviewing mice, has over 250 gaming mice in his house, 150 mouse reviews on the channel, and over 22 years experience in first-person shooters? Yeah, this isn't a cash grab. This is about taking mice to that next step. I started the Rocket Jump Ninja YouTube channel because I realized I aimed better with certain mice. My experience, my creation. The Extrafy M.
Stop wasting time on sharing reviews on social media without being recognized by the brand you support. UAdme mobile app is a social media e-commerce platform that values consumers' reviews and recommendations with loyalty rewards for products and services you care about. Our 8-app integrated news feed allows consumers to see recommendations based on their interests and be inspired by good buys shared by other users in the community. On the review page, consumers can explore and participate in campaigns by creating creative content reviews of their favorite brands, tag the products that they recommend, and enjoy the satisfaction that comes from becoming co-creators of brand values. We value each reviews and recommendations with loyalty points that can be applied towards their next purchase or be converted into cash rewards. Consumers, you hold the key to a brand's growth and reputation. Your trust, enthusiasm, and patronage should be appreciated.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. Back to Trainers Unite. Can we go back into a break? Because that is breathtaking. Of course, this is brought to you by Game.gg, supported by Acme, Professional Lighting, Bells, Academic Group, BuildTech, Excel, OSIM, Safra, Scorpio Electric, Shure, Ubi Sushi, UAdme, and they help us deliver that crazy game.
I'm still breathless. I'm sorry. Can you please go on? I'm breathless.
Can we go back into
Alright, what's up everyone? So my name is Moonboy and he's Jace and we are out of breath. And we were a little bit too loud just now, but it's worth it, right?
Yeah,
because
so we actually snuck into other streams by accident. But the point is, good job over to Spooky Main as well. They were so comfortably ahead. NL just dragged themselves out of the grave and just delivered a victory, and now they are sitting in the semifinals. And don't forget, this semifinals will be NL going up against Kim OG, and this is going to be a best of 5.
Exactly. So this is going to be a best of 5. So you got 4 chances to learn from your opponent. You know, what is your opponent game plan? How should I play against your opponent? 4 chance, because you get to change your strategy 4 times.
Oh, okay. So you're coming from the point of view of
Math.
the team who lost, right?
Exactly.
So okay,
Math,
I was
Jace,
thinking,
math.
right, you only got 3 chances, right? So I was like doing the math, and then it's like I was able to do the quick math in that particular last NL fight. Like I was like counting, no, I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. Even the ×2 is not enough. But no, oh my god, I bet Pokemon will be really tilted about this.
I mean, this is part of the game, right?
yes.
This is part of this kind of like, you know, sport where, you know, it's okay. You know, if you lose, you know, you lose it fair. And that was a really, really good game. You gotta admit it. Be it you are the winner or the loser.
True.
So, you know, he just learn from it. Then get ready for the lower bracket, because Pokemon is not out of the competition yet. They will be back tomorrow in the lower brackets, and that is where, you know, they still have a fighting chance to even meet someone else, Kimoi or NL, in the grand finals.
Yeah, but let's flip this around, right? Maybe they're not tilted. I think they are honored to be beaten all the way down, because that comeback was absolutely insane. Someone have to clip that. Someone has to clip that.
I hope it's clip, right? I hope it's clip. But, you know, without further ado, you know, moving straight into the semi-finals, let's just, you know, give them a little bit of a limelight. Right, Kimoi. You know, we have seen them play in 2 games previously, and NL, we've watched them play in the previous game as well. So, you know, both teams, really strong team coming in, and it's the semi-final, the final game for today. What do you expect coming in from both teams?
I think Kimoi is a very disciplined team, right? You know, they fought against MSG Team 7. They know how to play against them. In fact, you know, being so disciplined, they play it slow and steady, and then they literally won the race against MSG Team 7. Don't forget, game number 1 against them, they're not doing well, especially early game. It was MSG Team 7 that dominated around the early parts of the game. But then, you know, after that one game, game number 2 came along, and they're like, nope, this is my game, and they just steamroll all the way in. They're definitely riding on that tempo, but the question is, how are you going to ride that tempo against NL as well? They have been, you know, they lasted all the way. They've been playing since 1 PM, and of course Pokemon Unite is a very fast-paced game. It is extremely taxing in terms of the microplays.
Yep, it is very taxing indeed, right? Like, playing for what? 4 hours straight, going on your 5th hour coming in. Like, that is going to be really tiring. Like, waiting, the just playing the game itself is just so taxing. And but the taxing part is going to be on NL. Right?
Yep.
Like, that previous game is definitely going to be draining them so much. And that's the question. Do they have that capacity to continue to bring that amount of energy moving forward into Kimoi? Because Kimoi had a really easy 2-0 win on the previous round, right? So it's down to this one. Is NL still fit enough to stay in this race?
Yeah, so basically NL has gotten tenderized by Spokimane, right? We've seen this before in the brackets, right? And usually these teams, they run out of steam and they will fall, but Kimoi, right? They are the one that has fresh. And don't forget, NL just came back after playing a game number 3 as well. So they played one additional game as compared to Kimoi, and that particular last game is not easy for NL. Kimoi should have the advantage, but NL, they have the right advantage.
Yep, but I mean, look at this, right? They have Rhythe on that killer machine, that killer toad, Venusaur. Right? You have Rebong on the Absol as well. And not forgetting the support coming in from the team.
Yeah,
and
they're really good.
the Blissey and the Eldegoss, right? Not forgetting that Lucario on the top as well. Senna, if I'm not wrong, Sana. Right? He's doing so much job on the top lane. And it's just a moving machine where everyone played really well. So it's all down to Kimoi. How are they going to tear this machine apart? Are they going to use the same strategy which Spokimane did? Control Wraith, control Rebond, so that this way they could get a little bit of advantage. Like, it's all down to this kind of small macro play to win against each other.
Yeah, small little decisions matters, right? We saw, because one team decides to hold on to the Unite move for the Zapdos and they got absolutely destroyed. They deliver a one-bar combo and then just knock out the enemy team, even though the enemy team was in the lead. We see this kind of stuff as well, and we're gonna see even more as we hop into Remote Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to all your horses, hold on to your secret lab, your chest. I don't know, I was just thinking about my chair at home. But NL going up against Kimoi, I don't know, I'm like exhausted already by that. That was what a game. And now, hopefully, Kimoi will also deliver that against NL.
That is right. This first game of the best of 5 right over here with NL going in with the same team composition, while Kimoi, going in with a really different approach with a Fletchlander on the top lane, while they have a Wigglytuff in the bottom lane as well. But knowing that your opponent has a Blissey, that is the big question. How would your Jigglytuff deal with the Blissey?
Yeah, top side is gonna be a Talonflame going in the top, going up against the Lucario. We've seen them use this to great success in the previous games as well, but Sana is a different breed of Lucario as well. We'll be able to burst down Aya Naruko all the way at the top side, but it is going to be at the bottom side, The Score Bunny in the jungle at the same time, so I think Rebong should have the priority, especially in the early part of the game, so NL need to capitalize on that. And now top side should be the point of contest. I feel like Rebong is going in. Aya Naruko looking a little bit too overextended right now. What can this small little bunny will be able to do? But okay, he can actually do something. He actually belts Sana all the way down, but Rebong still leading in the charge. Unfortunately, Kimoi will lose that trade.
Yep, I mean, Kimoi over here, with that score bunny, it went a little bit too deep into opponent's territory, knowing that you are a late game skating Pokemon, right? Like, the Talonflame and the Cinderace are kind of like late game kind of character. So, going up against an Absol and the Lucario on the top lane, that is not exactly the fight that you want to pick in that scenario.
Yeah, Kimoi, I don't think they should have actually engaged in that fight, but it is going to be bottom side though. NL doing a lot of damage. It is going to be Rai picking up that kill on the Wigglytuff as well. Kimoi still landing some damage with Imokia as well. NL decides to dunk. It is going to be the members of NL congregating at the bottom side with the help of Rebongs, and now Razor leave to zone Kimoi all the way out, but will Kimoi actually follow all the way up? It is going to be NL leading in the kills right now, and here comes Rebong as well to add insult to injury. More kills given over to NL.
Rebong is moving like a ninja, ladies and gentlemen. He last seen on the top lane, and next side he's on the bottom side, killing every single one. So, like, that's just Rebongs on that Absol, bringing the best out for everyone for this one. But over here, Barry managed to just get that little bit of sleep. There's a good moment catching like 4 of them, but that is not enough. He's not enough to just clear off the fight just like that all by himself.
Yep, Imokia looking a little bit low right now. Is going to get onslaught by the side of NL right now. Another dunk as well. Imokia forced to use the eject. Will have to fight all the way back. And now this Rave just landing down Battle Dance all across the board. Just not even seeing will be able to stop NL for stomping the bottom lane.
Wow, level difference, level difference, level difference. That is what made Kimoi lose that fight in the bottom. Look at that Venusaur. Level 4 on the Bulbasaur, while Rave is on level 8. That is not where you want to be. That is not the position that you want to be, and that's not the right time to pick a fight for Kimoi.
Twice the level difference. That's not exactly a spot that you want to be. I think Kimoi could actually forfeit the bottom side right now. You can see the Incider Ace going down at the bottom side. Will be able to pick up one members of NL, but they're going to congregate on the Blissey next. Wraith still managed to walk the other way, but here come Rebound to actually distract Kimoi. In fact, NL Rive will be able to walk on away. It is going to be a drawn out fight coming up from NL. NL Rive is now a Venusaur. Kimoi unable to defend.
2v5, ladies and gentlemen, 2v5. Rave and Rebong literally just tore Kimoi apart and immediately rotating straight right into the Dreadnought, taking it into their pocket. Ladies and gentlemen, NL is just unstoppable at this point in time. He's telling Kimoi, stay at level 4, small boy. You're gonna be staying as a Bulbasaur and stay that way.
Yeah, it is going to be house arrest for the side of Kimoi. Finally, Imokia actually hits the Ivysaur power spike, but now they'll be able to secure this. Oh, no! NL actually came in, stole it away from Kimoi once again. Man, open that wound, add salt, add toothpaste or whatever, it's gonna hurt against Kimoi.
5 minutes, 0 points by Kimoi, and at the same time, NL is still dominating on the top side as well. This is just dominance. This is just a landslide. This is destruction coming in from NL.
I'm very happy that you found another word other than landslide, because the game before it's a landslide. Nah, I don't think it's a landslide, but this, I agree, it's a landslide.
Yo, this is a obliteration coming in from Kimoi. 299 is to 0, and at the same time they're still losing fights. Kimoi should stop fighting at this point in time. They should really farm, they should get their levels up, get on par, and get the fight that you need. But this is not what they are looking for. They're fighting really empty fights at this point.
Yeah, but the issue is NL is able to catch out Kimoi whenever they are, starving them in terms of the farm. You can see Kimoi needs to do a last-ditch resort all the way at the top side. This Talonflame just farming unstoppably at the top, but I feel like it's the Ivysaur from the side of Kimoi should be doing that instead, because Rive, that was the backup plan when Rive actually falls over the way down. But now, Cinder Ace did some good damage against Sana around in the jungle, will be able to push him out of there.
Yep, the only Pokemon that's available to do a little bit more is definitely going to be that Cinderace and that Talonflame from Kimoi, and they really have to try to pick the right character, and down goes the Wigglytuff by Sana.
Yes, as NL Sana stucks all the way into the side of Kimoi, destroying and deleting this Talonflame once again. This best of 5 is not looking very good for the side of Kimoi.
Yup, and that is it, man. Like, NL is just pushing so hard as the bottom bottom goal only left with 1 point left in the socket. So it's not down to NL. They are going in for the push this time.
Yes, Bubba Knight going in with a Unite move, but that wouldn't be enough. Not even the Seed Bomb coming out from Kimoi will be able to stop them, because Rive is unstoppable with this E-Machine. Imokia looking level 9, but that doesn't look very good, because Kimoi won't be able to push NL all the way out. They would take whatever they want from Kimoi. They take Dreadnought, they take the scores, they take the members away from Kimoi.
Wraith is just holding the front for NL, and they're heading in their way, and there's 18 going down to the bottom lane, while Kimoi is left standing naked at this point in time with only the middle goalpost left.
Yeah, as Sana outplaying the Talonflame from the side of Kimoi at the same time, and NL rotates all the way up to the top. It is Wraith against the world once again. 1v2ing. Beepo is gone for the world, and now Kimoi, how are they going to take down this big Wraith boss if they want access to this Rotom?
Well, I believe NL is coming a little bit of a sneaky kind of play. They are gonna be protecting their Rotom all the way to that final stretch. I think that is gonna be their game plan, as they're preserving their Rotom for another minute or so. Take it down, bring it to that center goalpost, and that is gonna be a mini Zapdos for your feasting.
Yeah, by the way, finally Kimochi will be able to take down Wraith, the big raid boss, and now they may have Slive. Kimochi decides to do a counter dunk to try to get some more scores, but here is Reborn trying to stop the Venusaur, gets deleted alongside with it is the Cinder Ace.
Look at that Cinder Ace, 3/4 of health just down to 0 with a single strike by Reborn. Level 15 Absol is not the Pokemon that you want to be dealing with, as you know, on the top side, NL already captured that Rotom and he will be marching straight right into Kimochi's last turret, and it's just nothing is stopping them from winning this game.
There is nothing, absolutely nothing at all from the side of Kimochi, but NL, they have been in this position before. Hopefully Kimochi's side of the discipline will be able to take it, help them take down now the final stretch, but NL is just guarding, preventing Kimochi from actually going over to the side of the Zapdos pit. Just one ray will do the trick right now. Kimochi desperately trying to look for some form of entrance. It is going to be Aya and Naruko will be jumping over, but you know, the members of NL always on the ball right now. Now Kimochi sneaking all the way into this. It is going to be this. Reborn's jumping all the way in. He will get actually sleep by the side of Kimochi, but he would not be able to go down. In fact, he actually takes him, he's still actually continuously fighting as Reborn continuously chase Kimochi away from their key target.
This is just destruction on the plate again. And now don't even need that Zapdos at the point in time because they could destroy Kimochi. They know Kimochi has no way to get out of this one. Look at the extension coming from NF. They are confident they're just going to be pushing them straight right into the farm toss to just close it all once and for all.
I like this. Like, you know, 1-3-1 earlier just now when NL just blocks Kimochi away, just cuts off access from the Zapdos pit, and it's just GG over to the side of NL in the semifinals.
Yeah, big surrender coming in from Kimochi. Game 1 going over to NL. Kimochi really have to go back to the drawing board. How are we going to stop NL? This is not the way that we are going to play. This is a best of 5. We have to survive and we will have to try to win. And NL, they just have to keep the pressure on. Rebounds in this game, just phenomenal.
It feels like, you know, they're going to quote Steve Rogers. What's that quote again? I can't remember. Oh my goodness. It is, I can keep going or something. Assemble? No, I can keep going or something like that. Something along the line. Oh my goodness, I need to watch Spider-Man. But the point is, NL, unfazed, still have the fighting spirit. We thought, you know, they are the fresh people off the boat. They have, you know, all the momentum from all of this. And don't forget, NL has to fight through a best of 3 to get all the way here. But NL seems like, you know, they have a lot of fight in them, and they're still delivering the results.
They're definitely delivering in results. I think, you know, let's just give a little bit of attention to the support players coming in from NL, right?
That's right.
Balloon on that Blissey. If you guys realize that Safeguard pop off, you know, just off every single thing coming in from the Wigglytuff from Kimochi, and that is doing his job to the perfection. Popping that Safeguard at that perfect moment, not allowing their teammates to go to sleep, keeping the teammates alive. And you know, just like, you know, hey, wake up, don't sleep, you know, like that is basically what he's doing. He's that Blissey helping in and like, hey, go end ready, win already, hey, come, don't sleep.
It's like,
yeah,
you know,
that is basically what they're doing.
Yeah, so kudos over to the side of NL support, right? Yes, I know we're giving a lot of credit and kudos over to Rise and Rebounds for setting it up, but just take a look at Kimochi's side of the draft, right? Constantly, right? Instantly getting denied by this Blissey, right? Because of the CC invulnerability as well. So, you know, I like that. I like that picture that you just painted right into my mind, right? You see, you have the Jigglytuff actually, Wigglytuff actually singing people to sleep, and then this Blissey, he's supposed to be the nurse, supposed to be this caring little Pokemon right there, but just like slap everyone awake.
Then that is what it is, right? Like you know, that's what a good support is supposed.
That's right.
Is supposed to do.
Slap people awake.
Yeah, slap yourself, slap your teammate, like you know, get into the game, don't fall asleep. Like that is what they did.
Yep.
And literally that Safeguard really saved NL in lots of fight.
So
and especially in the final stretch where, you know, they actually have that really good team fight.
That's right.
Wigglytuff running in with his ultimate, going with the Sing. That Blissey just shuts that Sing off, and that Wigglytuff is nothing but a stickman at the point in time.
Stickman. Yeah, just running around. There's basically the winning condition is getting snatched away by NL. NL, a very aggressive team. You saw that. But it's because of this Blissey that allowed this aggressive dream to be alive. He knows whenever the team comes out, he just had to pop the Safeguard, and that's all about it. But one aside of Kimochi, what should they do against this Blissey?
They have to even up the playing field. right? Right here, they have to remove that Wigglytuff. Right, knowing that opponent is a really good Blissey, take out the Wigglytuff, change it for something that's a little bit more impactful that the Blissey can't do too much. Maybe a Snorlax, maybe a Mr. Mime. Like all this might be good options coming in from Kimoi, and at the same time, you know, with a Snorlax you could chase your opponent away. You got really good early game. You get early farm for your Bulbasaur. And you just steamroll from there. That is the biggest problem. That Bulbasaur stayed a Bulbasaur for a good half of the match. So, you know, he really have to try to pick it up a little bit, get the level, and keep up to Wraith as much as possible.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, right? But it's also because of the fact that NL has such a wonderful support, bringing in this Ivysaur. Taking good care of this Bulbasaur, just in case he falls asleep. Hey, wake up! You know. And then so that he can grow and nice and strong into a Venusaur and scares the member of Kimoi all the way down. Now, also another point that you actually brought up quite interesting, right? Because the Bulbasaur stayed as a Bulbasaur for like good whole half of the match, right? Level 4 going up against a level 8 Ivysaur? No, that not like this.
Yeah, that is just destruction at this point. You should be focusing on farming, right? Your jungler should offer you the jungle at a point in time, right? Go in, take my farm, get your level, be a Venusaur, and stand in front of your opponent. Like that is what you have to do. And you know, at the point in time, he's still stuck at level 4. It's about 5 minutes. Opponent is at level 8. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, that's
get to level, because Venusaur is ultimately the carry of the whole composition, and you have to stick by that. You can't let your carry fall off by 50%. That's too much.
Yes, and also I think Kimoi could also learn a page from Spokimane, right? Especially in the 2 of the games that Spokimane fought against NL. They found a solution to this Wraith, you know, Venusaur, right? They just used the slow bro to stun lock him all the way down, basically deny him all the way. If this Venusaur is stun locked all the way down, no Giga Drain, no heal, no Petal Dance, basically it's practically useless, right? This Toad will be very useless. So maybe Kimoi could have drafted a slow bro all the way in, take a page from Spokimane, and on top of what you mentioned, right, the Snorlax, the Mr. Mime. I like the Mr. Mime a lot better because, you know, I feel what Kimoi wants to try to do is to cut NL, try to pick NL apart, the draft apart. But speaking of a draft, ladies and gentlemen, on to game number 2. This is the semi-finals, game number 2 between NL going up against Kimoi.
Exactly, as what they're trying to do, right? Kimoi right here removed that Wigglytuff because they know at that point in time the Wigglytuff is not going to work, and he will be changing into a Snorlax, a really cute one with the berry skin. And that's gonna be making a difference in game number 2.
Very sus, looks very delicious, but not for eating. But it's like Silka Gel. Kimoi at the bottom side. Yeah, I'm sorry, I almost made you laugh while you're drinking water. I know how tough it is, but you know, NL jungle difference could hurt Kimoi because once again, going back to Absol, he's very comfortable with it. But will the Score Bunny do something against Absol, especially in the early game?
Not really too much on the early game. Like, they have to learn from what happened in game number 1, right? Going in for the gank, but going a little bit too deep into opponent's territory. So that is not where you want to be as a Score Bunny, right? Or a stage 2. So, you know, you have to get yourself into the Cinderace as much as possible so that you can bring the even fight towards Reborn. But right here, you know, this Lucario is going to be getting caught off guard, and they might be punished for this one.
Yeah, big damage coming up from Iron Naruto at this point of time. Still not too bad. People all the way up top side. Once again, what you're going to do as a under-farm Cinderace? Well, technically he's not under-farm. He's just not there yet, right? So he has to focus on farming, not try to fight. I don't like the decision-making coming up from Kimoi right now. In fact, bottom side, NL still leading the charge. Not even the Snorlax will be able to block. It is going to be Ray spreading Razor Leaf all the way. The hook provides the shield to peel for against NL, and looking very low right here. It is also Imokia as well, dropping down the Seed Bomb. Won't be able to distract NL from the goal right now. They will be able to score, but they will take some damage for now.
Yep, NL knows that they are in a good position to push. They have the level advantage, they have healing, and they have damage coming in from Wraith. So they are going to be pushing really aggressively in the bottom lane and just try to dunk in as much point as possible.
Yeah, just take a look at the positioning of the NL's Absol right there. Instead, I think he was in the middle of the jungle. Will be able to push Kimochi all the way out. Bottom side, NL doing wonderful job against Kimochi right now. Imokia getting shoved right out of the farm, but he's still not all the way out there. It's just barely hanging it, almost becoming an Ivysaur. But NL has been stealing all this farm away from Kimochi, and now here comes people. They need to use this. It needs to become a Cinder Ace as quickly as possible.
Yep, and also, I would like to bring your attention up to the top side. Look at the Lucario difference, 2 level difference, and that is a lot of difference coming in. Only at level 5, you only have access to extreme speed or power punch. But however, Senna over here, he got access to that bone rush as well. So that is where scaling is involved, where that Lucario is going to be taking advantage, and he will be bullying the top side as much as possible because he had the level advantage.
Oh, jungle difference indeed as well. Reborn showing up at the top side at level 8. Kimochi only at level 6. Not a Cinder Ace as of yet. NL has been cutting. NL has been starving Kimochi all the way out.
Yep, and not just that, look at the Elder Gods, only at level 3 at this point in time. We are closing to the halfway mark right here. They really have to try to pick their socks and just start farming. Stop fighting and start farming.
Yep, you can see the Elder Gods doing exactly that right now. NL will be able to securing that Dreadnought, but ooh, look at NL members flying all the way up high. It is going to be the Snorlax giving himself away over to the lovely arms of NL, but there's not enough damage. People coming in, at least this time around he's a Cinder Ace, but now he's going to get chased by the 3 members, 3 Musketeers side, and NL Bubble Knight, nowhere to be seen. Level 3 only will sacrifice the Cinder Ace over to NL Gods.
Yep, and they'll have to rotate straight right into the top side, and Kimochi really have to take advantage at this position. Start farming in the bottom lane, start getting level up as much as possible, because this is your only chance to get as much farm as possible, because most of the NL strength is likely to be on the Rotom side, and you can't win that fight. Just give the Rotom up and start farming.
Yeah, it's really tough choice coming out from the side of Kimochi as well. And Imokia looking a little bit low right there. 1 AA should be able to do the trick, but it's going to be the Senna jumping all the way down to Gang, picking up and assassinating Kimochi's Ivysaur. And now they are looking for more right underneath the hooves. Beery doing all the CCs, but there is not enough follow. Elder Gods doesn't do enough damage. Senna focuses the support all the way down, and Snorlax will follow. Goes all the way back to sleep.
Yeah, look at the damage coming in from Senna, right? Sana is just doing so much damage coming in. 1 extreme speed just immediately deletes the Elder God off the board. So they really have to start leveling. They just try to get even ground. Don't start a fight. Like, why are you guys still moving straight to get the fight? NL is so strong in the level market right now, and you really have to just chip up to that one.
Yeah, NL Kimochi really picking up weird fights right there. I really agree with you. They should not be picking up fights. And I think they're forcing Kimochi to pick up fights because there's no way safe for the side of the map. Just take a look. Wraith invading right now. Absol, Reborn's also invading. People forced underneath the turret. And look at where Wraith is right in position, I would say. Will be still 1v3ing once again. This is just classic Wraith.
Oh my god, 1v3 by the Wraith, taking one after another. Down goes the Lucario as well. I believe, the tier 2 goalpost is going to be going down in no time as that Dreadnought goes right straight into Kimochi's pocket as Reebok is just doing his job, clearing every single objective in their way.
Yeah, once again, Kimochi getting starved all the way out in the farm. And yes, this Elder Gods has been providing so much vision, but Senna is all the way right here right now. It is going to be up to Beery to be able to land down the star, but the Cinder Ace get taken down by the side of NL. In fact, this Seer just also doing the damage against Kimochi.
Sear's back was against the wall at that point in time in a 1v2 situation, but Luxana came in time just to save him from that fight, and Imokia unable to get rid of that big fight as well. 4 level difference? That fight is definitely not going in favor of the Venusaur of Kimochi's side.
Yes, NL, they're starving in terms of XP. There's basically nothing all the way left for Kimochi to eat. NL has been taking their own food. They're also snatching the food away from the side of Kimochi. And now Kimochi has no choice but to agree to this fight. Senna finally goes down in the side of Kimochi, but that's still okay. Maybe they can pick up for more. Maybe that's how they will be able to turn this around. But the Rotom will be sent by NL down to the top side as look at Wraith just, farming out of control on the outside of the map, and now they may converge on top to the last point of contact, which is that hoop. And of course, as we tick down to the final stretch, within 1 minute.
Yep, and now it's just playing it really safe, right? At this point, they are not too aggressive. You know, even though Senna went overextended a little bit, that was because he was a bait so that, you know, Rebound could get that Rotom all by himself. So, you know, they're just working really well together in the sense whereby, you know, they are not allowing Kimoi to have any space. I push you a little bit backwards so that I could do or whatever I want to do, you know, just behind me. So that is what exactly they are doing, and Rebound just took advantage of that and just clear off their Rotom, and that Dreadnought is likely going to be next.
Yeah, NL converging on the Dreadnought right now. Kimoi identifies, but there's no cross-map plays happening for the side of Kimoi. There's kind of tunnel vision on top of this Dreadnought. NL, just take a look at the check on the XP. Still in the favor of NL, at least 3 levels ahead. So more skills, more damage, and everything in the department leading over to the side of NL. Now Kimoi in panic mode right now. They can't even score. There's no cross-map plays. They can only look at the Dreadnought getting taken down right in their lanes, and they could not do anything about it.
Yep, Kimoi really have to start farming, get my levels, get ready for that one big Zapdos fight, but NL got that ambush right here in the choke point.
A choke point happening right now indeed, and L just zoning all the way up because Kimoi still living alive right now. Imokia is the last bastion, but Ray is the level 14. Knocks up coming in from the side of Kimoi at the same time as NL disengages. They will take Cinder Ace for now. That is a good prize that NL will take.
Yep, take out that carry as much as possible. Down goes that Venusaur, down goes the Cinderace, and down goes that Lucario at the same time as well. And now is not allowing Kimoi any room to breathe as they're just dunking furiously right here, and whoever walks out of that barrier is just gonna be going down and go straight right back to respawn.
Yes, and right now NL is not letting up pressure. Look at the damage coming up from Ray as well. Just one Unite move just explodes the member of Kimoi at the same time. You can see the Absol activating the Unite move once again, just cleaning house for the side of Kimoi's side of draft.
Yep, that's game number 2 going straight to NL as we're going straight into game number 3.
Match point.
And that's going to be match point for NL. And now winning this game will be moving straight into the grand finals. But however, Kimoi is the hope is still alive, right? He still have like 3 more games to play. They have to win all 3 of them, or else it's going to be game over.
Win all 3. The lower bracket dream, the underdog dreams, like, you know, Slumdog Millionaires, that sort of dream. I think Kimoi need all of that, but NL, they've always have this dominant lead in every way they go. I would say Score Bunny going up to the top side a little bit too late to scale. Once you know they start to fight, even when the Score Bunny is all the way up top side, the Absol's all the way up top side as well. The both junglers just had gentleman's agreement for some weird reason. They agreed to this fight, but definitely Absol will have priority.
Definitely, and knowing that Score Bunny is not exactly great in the defense department, like he's really good offensively, but in defense, that's not where she want to be. That's where rebounds on the Absol, jump on it.
That's it.
And there's no way out for it. You're just waiting for death. It's knocking on your door in the form of Absol, and he's the bearer of bad news.
Yep. Wait, that's also his lore. This is his Pokemon as well, right? Bearer of bad news indeed.
There, right?
Just, you know, constantly sticking on top of the Score Bunny. There's nothing that he could do, and after a while, you can see NL just start taking away farm from the side of Kimoi as well. It's just so difficult for Kimoi to climb all the way back, and NL knows how to burn bridges, right? Once I start penetrating the first tier 2 hoop or the second tier hoop, I'll just start hard invading. I'll take more Pokemon creep away from you, and then Kimoi is left with nothing.
Yeah, and take away opponent's farm, right? Pokemon is a game of farm. If I farm more than you, you are not farming. Because there is a equal amount of spread, or you know, there's only X amount of EXP in the field the whole game. So if I take most of the share, I'm definitely taking the advantage on you. So that's what NL did. Right, taking opponent's farm and be like 4 levels above them.
Oh yeah,
yo, that was a ridiculous lead over here. And I honestly speaking,
they brought in the Snorlax as well. I think it worked to some sense, but you know, it's a bit too far back for them to basically do anything. I feel like the stunted growth of the Ivysaur, oh sorry, the Bulbasaur, and also the Score Bunny as well. These 2 are your carries from the side of Kimoi, but they aren't able to hit this critical peak point for them to basically output all the damage they could do against the enemy, because Absol is shredding them apart. You also have the Lucario from the enemy side that's also shredding apart. Don't forget, you also got these 2 supports that has been supporting like the Heart's content for the side of NL. They work like a unit, like a machine, like what you always like to say. Man, they feel like the dominant team in this tournament.
Yeah, all any have to do is keep up this work, right?
Yep.
Work together, work like a team, and just close off. Have an early day for themselves. You know, have a good rest, get ready for the 2nd January finals, and that's what they have to do, right? Keep up this particular, you know, machine, right? They're unstoppable at this point in time. So, but however, on the other side of the coin, Kimochi, they really have to up their stakes. They really have to up the last hit kind of like situation. They are not getting farmed because they are not getting their last hit onto that neutral Pokemon. So they really have to up this category, get the levels, not to pick fights, you know, all the time.
Yeah.
Get that, you know, level and come back when you're stronger.
Yeah, and I thought, you know, Kimochi would be like, you know, the slow and steady team, a little bit disciplined. They know what they do in terms of macro game, but going into this game though, they're unable to do this. They're unable to accomplish their MO, and then they just get domination, right? So, we need to see the Kimochi when they face off MSG Team 7 in game number 1. We need to see Kimochi when they face off Team Lance. It was a 2-0 clean sweep as well. But now NL has been proven like this, you know, gatekeeper towards the grand finals, and they are looking formidable,
Right.
especially going to game number 3 pretty much soon.
Yep, they really have to pull everything together, pull their resources, get their mental right. We can win this. They can't give up just yet because the series
That's right.
is not over. As long as the timer is not 0, the game is still alive.
Yep.
So, you know, Kimochi really have to keep this mentality open, and they could still win 3 games in a row, and that is still possible. It's still on the table, and it's still anybody's game at this point in time because the series have not concluded.
I agree. NL, right? They fought all the way to the last. They never give up, and that, I would say Kimochi needs some of that, that determination. They also need some of that, you know, calmness as well. They cannot pick up fights, and time again, Kimochi just picking up fights they could not close. They need, you know, hard scaling Pokemons, like I would say go for the Absol, go back into maybe like even the Rhodes was used to some point, but I would say the Rhodes is a little bit too slow, especially if Reborns is just pouncing on top of you again and again.
Yeah, but ultimately, you know, the players have to be really comfortable at what they're playing, right? Like, we have seen a little bit of like missed jumps coming in from the Snorlax, and we know, but you know, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's just jump right into the game number 3 right over here with ready, go!
Oh my goodness, what are you doing?
I have no idea, bro.
But I mean, this is game number 3. This is the semi-finals of Trainers Unite, brought to you by Game.gg. And of course, it is NL in a dominant lead. They will be able to deliver all of this in great succession. It's up to Kimochi to give up this upset. Hopefully, in this Pikachu to gain more advantage, especially in the early game.
Yep, and on the side of NL, it's gonna be game point, match point right over here, as they really have to clinch this one so that they could have an early night right here. As you Ayan Neriku having that early level lead against that Lucario, and that is not what we have seen in previous games.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like Ayan Neriku is more comfortable on the talent lane going up against Luca Pickup, but there you go, have it. This could be it. Kimochi using the Pikachu will be able to zap down this Bulbasaur all the way down to the ground, and it is still a Kimochi lead at the bottom side. Now, purple side is definitely going to be Kimochi and L in the orange right now. What is NL's play?
Well, and they'll really have to try to keep up, right? They really have to try to keep that momentum up because they know they might get a little bit of a shock coming in with Kimochi having that, you know, power spike coming in. Like, you know, they look really different compared to what game number 1 and game number 2 is. But they have to keep up their own strategy. They have to play their own game. And there we have Reebok taking down the Talon Flame and dunking another 50 on the top side.
Oh, I like what Kimochi is doing right now, sending people all the way down to the bottom side to prevent the scaling of Bulbasaur. We need to be seeing this part 2 games, but it feels like we're gonna go into a slight pause as we're gonna work the tournament out. But as of now, what we see, I like what we see. Kimochi finally get a better grabs on the bottom side. They got a better grabs. They know not to give up the top side because they need to secure leads for the Score Bunny. And well, Pikachu does a lot more damage already in the early game.
Yeah, I mean the Pikachu pick is pretty interesting, right?
Yep.
Knowing that Pikachu have CC in the early game, it still do a lot of damage, but it's all down to what they're gonna play out. But ladies and gentlemen, as we bring you straight right to the action right here, as we have Imokia on Pikachu instead on the Venusaur, Kimochi coming in with a very different approach for this game.
Yeah, I really love this approach now. NL, would they be able to, adapt right now? But like I said, I don't really like Beepo's positioning once again. They're doing it right now, and of course, Senna would just pick this up for absolutely free.
Yep, knowing that you are the jungle, positioning is everything, right? You should not be in opponent's jungle just like that, and getting caught off guard knowing that your opponent is an Absol, you should not be picking a fight with him. Yes, Kimochi have a really early start, but they really have to keep this going on, or else NL is just gonna catch up and it's just gonna be a one-sided battle once again.
Yes, now this time around, Wraith in the back foot, looking a little bit weaker this time around because it's Pikachu with the stun and with the damage as well. You can see Kimochi will be able to push Ribongs away from the bottom side. Now, you can see NL using the Elder Gods to provide certain parts of the vision, making sure, the Beepo wasn't able to rotate all the way bottom, but Sana actually doing a lot of damage. Will be able to pick up this score, Bunny.
Yup, the extreme speed is online and ready good to go on Senna. Like, look at it, the amount of damage coming in, taking down the Score Bunny and not allowing it to do anything at that point in time. And the Talon Flame is just playing so defensively as, Lucario. Sana is going to have a free reign on the beast on the top side.
Yeah, I think give away the Talonflame, like what we saw off the screen, it is going to be the Lucario taking down Kimochi's Talonflame, but it's going to be NL focusing on the Dreadnought this time round. Wraith and the enemy Imokia gets cut all the way off, will get sniped all the way down, but it is going to be a steal coming out from Kimochi.
Big steal coming in from Imokia as well. That is going to be changing the tide, and Kimochi is going to be seeing the light in this one, but however, NL is still keeping the play on this one.
Yes, as Beepo dishing out the damage. Nice, finally going down against Ivysaur, but this time around may find himself in the bigger awkwardness. Would not be able to out-heal and out-damage the members of NL, but here comes Senna as the cleanup crew. Extreme speed, try to dash. Bone Rush would not be able to connect, but it is going to be a score by the side of NL, but Ayane Ryuko coming in from the top would be able to burst down the Blissey as well. Sana looking a bit low, now getting chased, tries to outplay, but it is going to be a Unite move tossed by Lucario player as Talonflame will be able to juke it all the way out.
Yep, Senna is just applying so much pressure against Kimochi. This is not the Kimochi we have been seeing for the last two games, and this is just so different coming in. NL might be facing a little bit of a shock, but NL really have to get this over as Wraith rushes down the lane to push everyone back from Kimochi.
Oh, nice trade in terms of the drop tech objectives, right? Kimochi realized that bottom side is 4 feet, they rotate all the way up to the top because there's no Dreadnought, and they take down the Rotom alongside NL. They may find himself in the back foot. Kimochi is online.
Who is this Kimochi? This is not the Kimochi that we have been seeing the last two games. They are here, they're determined, and they are here to change the course of the battle. As Barry unable to get out of this one, a 1v3 against NL, but NL is still putting the pressure with a 183 against 153.
Yep, Kimochi not going down without the fight. NL sending 3 members all the way up top, hope to break through. Members of Kimochi already back to the defense. It's going to be Rebounds picking up the score. The Pikachu will be very crucial in actually picking up all the stun, which is very important. The Unite move would not be able to connect on the side of Kimochi as Rebounds takes a little bit few more shots. He tries to outplay the Unite move activated as well, but here comes the healing and the shield coming out from NL. You get a shield, you get a shield, everybody gets a shield. As the members of Kimochi, they will not be able to hold from the peel.
Rebong, ladies and gentlemen, knowing the right frame, going invincible at the right moment, juking every single pure microplay coming in from Rebong from NL.
Yes, nice stun coming in. We'll be able to lock down Sana. Now Wraith will maybe a bit of a target right now, but it's going to be Wraith running in. Will not be able to activate the Unite move. Will not be able to connect. And now Sana will be the next victim as well. By the side of Kimochi, they will take down 2.
And they'll have to play a little bit more safe. They can't be as aggressive in the first two games any longer, because take a look at the level difference right here. Both teams are on par, even though NL is leading in points. It's still anybody's game at this point in time, because when it comes to a team fight, it could be anybody's fight.
Yes, it could be anybody's time. Ladies and gentlemen, Kimochi doing a very good job holding on. I feel like they're just fighting. This is their last string. And this is their desperation move. The Pikachu delivering what Kimoi absolutely needs in this, but here comes Reborn going in. It's going to be a night move using by Imokia at the same time. Lots of Thunder Shock coming in, Ray leading the charge, landing on a Giga Drain, would not be able to connect. NL disengages for now, but Imokia trying to poke at the bush, hope to catch NL in an awkward position, but Kimoi and NL, no cross-map plays. Both 5v5 tunnel vision on top of this Rotom. NL actually zoning the members of Kimoi away from the Rotom. And now Barry coming in will be able to find Ray. Will be sticking on top of Beeple at the same time. Barry chasing after Rave, but here comes Santa to the cleanup crew as well. Beeple, fights across the wall. Will be able to snipe down the members of NL as Kimoi is still alive. Santa, the last person left. It is up to Santa against the world. And it's going to be Beeple trying to aim, but here comes a Unite, but would not be able to connect. And Santa chases Beeple all the way down the boat. Rush will be able to kill. And now Aya Neruko will be forced to fly away because Senna is a monster.
1v4 Senna on the Lucario, and it's not over yet, ladies and gentlemen.
Senna still chasing all the way. He's still actually at half health all this while. NL is getting away with all of this. Senna picks off Kimoi. Oh my goodness, someone stunned Senna.
Someone stop Jace from lambering as well, ladies and gentlemen. That is such a good call coming in. Senna still diving in 1v4 as well with Blissey just behind his neck. I don't think he's gonna be a goal. I think this is gonna be a fight that Senna is not gonna be in.
Yes, as Aya Naruko going all the way, gets Mind Whip all the way down by Absol. Burst damage going in. Here comes a Unite move. We'll be able to land the bombs all the way now. Kimoi fighting in the back boot. It is Beeple with the shields, but would not we be able to hold? And yes, he will be able to. NL forced to turn all the way back. What a 360 turn coming up from NL.
Yes, as we're moving straight right into the final stretch right over here as both teams move their attention straight right into the Zapdos. It could be anybody's game. 153, 246. Zapdos is in charge. And now it's going low in manpower. Ladies and gentlemen, it could be anyone's game at this point in time.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes the Pikachu as well as Imokia still trying to land down the damage. And it's going to be the Beeple will be able to pick up two. And now it is the tag team Osana and Rave will be able to do. Yes, he will. The Bite Whip will be able to catch Cinder Ace. And now here comes Bobodite to try to peel. Sana coming in a little bit late at the same time. Talonflame snipes down Rave. And that is a wonderful game coming out from the side of Kimoi. And Sana outplays, snipes down Bobodite, but that's still okay because Kimoi, they are constantly sending members. And now if NL, if they were to hold this position, ladies and gentlemen, if NL were to allow Kimoi to win, and now NL looking for some place to dunk. Both these two teams ignoring the Zapdos right now. Sana chasing after Naruko, but it's gonna be Revox sniping down the Blissey, and now Aya Naruko will fall.
It could be anybody's game at this point in time. 45 seconds has got. Rave already started on the Zapdos, as there we have ML already having great positioning right over here, as there's a team right for Kimoi. Ladies and gentlemen, ML took the Zapdos, marching straight right into the goalpost with about 500 points worth of points. And ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. NL breaking it down.
NL breaking it. Breaking Kimoi all apart. 24 seconds left on the clock. I don't think NL will allow Kimoi to score even more goal as they escalates that score even further. 800 points. Kimoi, they put up a wonderful fight against NL in this particular series, and really kudos over to Kimoi. NL, they made it hard. They made NL sweat at least for one game, and they are taking this back home.
Wow, NL 3-0 Kimoi. That is just the best way to end off this whole tournament for day one. Like,
yes.
Oh my goodness, it was so close until the very end. Kimoi put on a great fight with that switch on the Pikachu. That Pikachu was a really good call coming from Kimoi. Props to them. But end of the day, NL taking that fight straight on 3-0.
Wow. I would not count on that last game because seriously, the first two games, yes, it was a storm coming up from NL, but Kimoi, last desperation move, they desperately want to stay in the upper brackets. They gave NL a very tough fight. It's really, really nice to watch, right? That switcheroo going in with the Pikachu helped a lot, and they basically, I would say, they took in all the pointers that we pointed out. Don't pick up fights, don't pick up early fights, especially if you saw the rotation of the score bunny all the way down to the bottom side as well. Poof! Very good.
The last game was just pure beauty coming in from Kimoi.
Yes.
Like good plays coming from Kimoi. They really put up a good fight against NL, and I also like to bring your attention to that very last fight on the final stretch, where Senna actually took 4 men all by himself, taking that team wipe, so the rest of the team could focus onto the Zapdos. and there's just pure microplay coming in. Like, you know, we're always talking about Pokemon Unite. It's a really good, you know, macro kind of play style, really good battlefield for macroplay. But when it comes to microplay, ladies and gentlemen, NL players got it all.
Yes.
Every single players know what they are doing, and they play it to perfection at a point in time.
Yep, literally like an old machine. Terminators are better than AI, technically speaking. AI is supposed to be this kind of level because they're supposed to continuously learning. But of course, NL, the crazy big boss in Trainers Unite, brought to you by Game.gg, and we are of course supported by Acme Professional Lighting, Bell's Academic Group, BuiltTech, XL Game, OSIM, Safra, Scorpio Electric, Sure, Umi Sushi, you Atme. Thank you very much for our supporters. If you can see the logos on your... I'm very bad at this. Abstract's really good at this.
This
side.
This side.
This side. Yep, so really fun day number 1. Crazy match. I can never forget that NL Smoky Main game number 3. That was wonderful. But of course, you know who is wonderful? You guys watching the stream, wherever you are, be YouTube, Facebook or Twitch. You guys are the true MVP of my heart.
MVP. Yeah, but also big shout out to the production crew as well behind the camera. Like, without them, this production wouldn't be as awesome as what it is.
Right.
So, you know, without these people, the show wouldn't be as good as what it could be.
Yeah, shout out to the overlays as well. It just makes me feel homey. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we're gonna have to close day 1 for today. Coming day 2, we will be streaming you the lower bracket. You'll be joining by me, and if I'm not mistaken, it is going to be another caster for today. So unfortunately, Moon Boy, where are you going?
It's okay. You'll give them a good show. You'll give them a good show.
We'll give you a good show. So ladies and gentlemen, with that said, we'll see you tomorrow, and have fun.
Have fun, guys.